Okay, and we're back on again on Sunday night, just like I said. So this is probably a first. 2 development streams in 1 week. So what are we doing today? I think we're going to try playing with a few more Joe Engine samples from the newest release to see what other kind of play things we could play with, or, you know, new code snippets we could try to steal to see what things look like when we start playing with different features. So I'm looking at this sample folder, and last time we took, I believe, Bullet, which was new. I also want to try and look at the 8-bit TGA, maybe some 3D features, see what some of these things are like. The homing laser's new, the line scroll is new. Some of these might be older, but I never actually bothered to try and look at. He's got multi-tap support, which I think is more for Slinga than anyone else, but what have you. There's a font parser, so I kind of built one of those already, but we'll see how his works, and maybe his might be more convenient to use than mine, I don't know. We got the paint program, we've seen that. We've seen Shooter. Now let's start going through some of these things. So the 8-bit TGA is a simple main file. I think my cat's asking for something. It's a simple main file, and then we have these 2 textures, and these 2 textures I already have opened up in GIMP. It's just Sonic the Hedgehog. It looks like a basic brick texture. And actually, let me see if I can't open up the color map. So it is an indexed color. If I could just figure out where did they hide the color palette or the color map at? Oh, there. So this guy only has 2 colors on his palette. Whereas Sonic the Hedgehog has several. And I believe the transparent color should still be the first color on the palette. So this red color here should disappear once rendered. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. And then I would expect the black to disappear on the Sonic, but that's going to be harder to tell because he's going to be rendered presumably on a black background, but we'll find out. So let's go ahead and run this thing. Oh, that's right. I need to copy in my my scripts. Copy my scripts in. There, now you guys can actually see what's going on this time. There we go. Sorry, that interruption was my fault. I was dragging the window around. Make it more convenient for me. Okay, so it didn't quite do what I was expecting, but I don't 100% know that what I was expecting is what's actually happening. So the red shows up, which means the first color on the palette is not necessarily nothing. So let's just go through the code and see what happens. Starting with Joe main. Let's make the background color blue and see if Sonic's background goes away. I don't know why the compilation is so slow today. Okay, so now I run into the first problem I think I'm going to have with this implementation, is that you can't necessarily get the backgrounds to disappear. And I think that's going to be a problem, because how How else are you going to use a sprite if the backgrounds aren't going away? Oh, wait. You set the Joe color. Oh, okay. We should read these comments before we start complaining. That was the royal we. I'm just talking about myself now. Instead of Joe color transparent, you can pass an index on your palette. All right, so index 0. So now Sonic should be on a blue background, right? Actually, we might make part of his eyes and nose disappear because they're all so black. But I think we can fix that. Maybe it wasn't the right shade of black. I don't know. You know, I can probably do this manually, actually, and make sure that what I want to disappear is actually going to disappear. So, let's add a color on this palette. And do hot pink. It's going to be red. We're on 255 scale, aren't we? There we go. I'm not even sure where you're going with that, Shane, but I want no part of it. Oh, no. Undo. Okay. What I need to do is I need to add a color. Color index. This already has 255 colors. So what happens if I change this color? Okay, well we can zoom in and fix part of that. How did that fill in like that? Let me see, where's my opacity? Threshold. Fill by... No anti-aliasing. There we go. And now we want to rearrange the colors. So the first color, index 0. Okay, so TGA does... Okay, so you missed... I think you just got in, Shane. TGA supports transparency. The problem was that the implementation of transparency here, which I wasn't paying attention to... Oops. I want this color in here, between his legs. To be... There we go. So if you look at the code, he explicitly explains what's going on here, which is great, because I love these kinds of comments. They teach you how to use the code. He had Joe color transparent here. He basically said if it's coded as transparent, which I guess means it supports a pure alpha color. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I assume that's what's going on here. Then that's what shows up as transparent when he renders a TGA. What you can do is you can instead pass the index on the color palette. And the color palette is actually loaded in from the header of the TGA file, which is what we see in GIMP up over here. Now I want to make index 0 the transparent color, which is what it usually is. But I have to rearrange these colors to make that true. So what I'm going to do is I have to figure out a way to take that color map, rearrange the color map, oh boy, and swap 255 and 0. Oh, I can just... Alright. And, okay, so yeah, if you really wanted to make hex 69 for red, green, and blue transparent, you could put it on a certain index, and if you remember what that index was, then yeah, go ahead. I just judge you for it. I don't even know what 69 in hex is in decimal. Yeah. So let's save this as... okay, well, we'll save it as the file, but we'll also export as the TGA, replace, And now this is very important. We do not use compression because the Saturn needs to read an uncompressed file. And I believe the origin starts at the top left, but I could be wrong. I always get this wrong the first time I do this. Opponent always reminds me, but let's do it wrong the first time and rate the second time. Top left is probably the wrong way of doing it. So let's recompile and see what happens. Oh, and if you're wondering how I fixed the display capture issue, what you have to do is you have to go in some sort of Windows settings and make sure that OBS runs in classic mode, because this laptop has that 2070, I guess it's a 2070M or something, I don't know how they do it, but it's a graphics card where... Are you serious? Huh. Okay, well, to finish my explanation, it's a graphics card where like a lot of the stuff in Windows 10 needs to treat it like it's integrated, when it's really not. Now, some line on Sonic's body turned transparent, and it's some color, and I don't know what color that is, but we can try and correlate it back in GIMP. It looks like it's just a line, a single pixel thick line of a consistent color. So we go this in 2 pixels left. It's this color right here. So this color here, if I take the dropper tool, take here, 2 pixels left, this one. What is going on? Huh, okay, you're still playing with those commands. Okay, so I think I have reversed the order of the color indices. So let me try rearranging the indices again. Where was it? Colors. Color map. Okay, colors map, rearrange color map. Okay. I thought index 0 meant index 0, and when I passed through index 0 here, $255 colors max. Oh, okay. No. I have to get rid of a color. It can only handle 255, not 256. I don't know what 256 is. Alright, Shane. So, you know, just pop in the stream whenever and just say hi, and I'll know you're still there. Otherwise, I'm just going to be talking to myself like a crazy man. Okay, so let us... Wait, how many colors do we have in... Here's the thing. I replaced a color. I didn't add a color. So whatever number of colors he was using was the correct number. Let's do something else. Let's load it from the bottom left and see if that was the issue. So I did top left before. Let me do bottom left now. Oh, this thing's still open. Yeah. Okay, let's recompile and see if that did it. Nope, still the same issue. That is weird. Okay. Apparently, I guess it figured it out. I guess it has a checker thing in there, so we don't even have to pay attention to which one we're doing. Let's try index 255. And maybe have to reverse it. I mean, changing the index number at all should change how it looks, right? Didn't do anything. What is going on? Huh. Okay, so just some random number. Let's try 10. Index 10. If it doesn't change at all, then there's something weird going on. Or maybe if I'm accessing the file, is it changing something? Let me see what's going on here. No, it's still, it's not being held up by any sort of process. Shouldn't really matter anyway, either it'll compile or it won't. This is bizarre. And it's not just wiping out that, it's wiping out parts of Sonic's ears and his quills too. Let's examine those pixels. Oh, you know what? Let's, where's the alpha channel on this guy? Oh, he doesn't have an alpha. Over here. Okay, over here we have 256 colors total, correct? Okay, but... Only 2 of them are being used. Let's try changing it with the brick first and see what happens. So, with the brick, let's try index 1. We'll switch this back to Joe Color Transparent. And if I do index 1, I expect... What do I expect? Where did I put GIMP? Did I lose GIMP? No. Index 1, I expect most of the brick to disappear. And if that doesn't work, I'm assuming that this indexing thing doesn't quite work. And instead, I have to resort to something else. Oh, whoops. Forgot to close MinFin before I recompiled. Okay. So what does index 1 actually mean? Because index 1 there. Okay, so this kind of makes more sense because his 256 indexing now means or his 255 indexing says don't use 256 colors. I think he's reserving index 0 for some transparent layer, but I have to learn how to implement that. I need to learn what transparent is in TGA. Can you just delete? Can I just delete a section of the image? Let's try that. So let's go back to this, and we're going to try 2 things. First, I'm going to delete a section of this image. I'm going to delete this part. Oh, we don't have the transparency enabled. Let me see. Maybe I can. Man, I wish I knew GIMP better. It's still indexed. And I'm not sure if index means you're not allowed to have completely empty segments of it. Which I don't even know how you can code that. You can try adding an alpha channel. And then, okay. So now let's try that. Export as, replace, bottom left, okay. And for this one, yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do with this one. Let's try index 2 and Joe Color Transparent. Okay, so I've already exported. So let's try running it again. Oh my. Alright. So, that didn't work. It can't handle an alpha layer. Which makes sense. That's fair. So let's take the alpha layer away. Where did I put the alpha layer? Is it under image? Crap, I totally forgot what I was doing before. But, crap, how did I add that alpha layer? So now I need to undo it. Well, in the meantime, there we go. Layers. Transform. No. Color management. Precision. Mode. Those all check out. But I want to remove its ability to have a transparency layer. There we go, add alpha channel. Let's get rid of that. How did I add the alpha channel to begin with? Management, precision. Oh, this is gonna bother me. I need to get rid of that alpha channel because now I broke the image. It would have to be under colors, wouldn't it? Okay, let's try a stupid way of doing this. Let's switch this to RGB, and then switch this back to index mode. Remove unused duplicate. Okay, max number of colors, 255. No color filtering. Convert. Okay, this is different. Now we can rearrange. Well, first off, take this. There we go. Image. Rearrange colors. Where was it? Oh, map. Rearrange color map. There we go. Let's put this guy in front. Apply. There we go. This is, and now we're gonna say use index 1 as a quick and stupid way of converting this into transparent colors. Okay. Just make sure I'm doing this right. Oh no. Okay, I broke GIMP. Let me open it back up again. Okay. Let's check. Still indexed. And still 8-bit TGA. Okay, that's what I needed. Export as. Place. No compression. Export. Now let's try that again. And this time we're using index 1. So all the pink should go away, or magenta, whatever you want to call it. Oh, come on. No, I bet you this image is still broken. It's still got that alpha channel that's ruining everything. Okay. One last attempt. Take this, copy it, make a new image. Gamma. Okay. Turn this into an index color map. Use only 255 colors. Alright. Rearrange the color map. Here. Alright. Discard changes. This we can save as... oh boy. There we go. Overwrite that. Does this thing have an alpha channel? I really wish I knew where that thing was. I mean, everything here checks out, so let me just export the TGA. And just double check. And the TGA looks right. So hopefully that fixed the problem. I wish I knew what Joe was doing with that index 0 transparency, because then I could, you know, I wouldn't have to waste one color jury-rigging it. Because it's obviously not adding an alpha channel, that's not the issue. I have to figure out... There we go, we fixed it. So now Sonic is got a transparent background. You just have to shift up your color palette by 1 by whatever index you're using, because he's inserting a 0 index in there somewhere. I just don't know what color he's inserting. You know what? We could find out what Joe color transparent actually is. Joe color transparent. Figure out where that's stored. Okay, it's a transparent color, but it's defined under... I bet you it's colors.h. Alright. So let's go into Joe Image and actually look around and see what's in it. Alright. Transparent. 0. Oh boy. So hex 0. Okay, cause these are all going to be translated into hex color codes, right? Oh no, these are index. Oh, that's an the index doesn't matter. We don't care about the index. These are actually going to translate to hex color codes. So if you take this and you convert it to hex, you're going to get here. Let's ask Wolfram. So next to oh, it's already suggesting that that's 6F, right? Yeah. Or give me actual. Wait a minute. FF Why is it only 4? What's 16 divided by 3? That's not even... How are these colors encoded? Let's try another color. Let's try red. Actually, red, green, blue. What's the smallest number around these? How are these numbers encoded? Because black is this number. I don't even know what that means. It's zeros with a 1 in the front, and the 1, that 1 means something. How many digits is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16 digits. Oh yeah, okay, so it's 16-bit. So it's just flipping the 16th bit. Let's call that to binary. So I think that's how I'm going to figure this out. So that's the binary black. This is binary white. It's just 1s all the way down. But now, what is binary red? I bet you there's a 1 in front and then some stuff. Show me everything. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we've got 5 bits for red. I bet you green is going to be the next 5 bits, and then blue is going to be the last, or closest to the left 5 bits. I bet you that's what's going on here. So let's try green. If I'm wrong, I have to figure out what I'm... Yep, there we go. These 5 bits. And then, blue. Where's blue? It's these next few bits. Yep. Okay, so we have blue, and then green, and then red, encoded in 5-bit segments. So the colors for red and green and blue are compressed down to what? Calculate. What's 2 to the 5? I should probably be able to do this in my head, but 2 shifted left 5 times, 64. So I have up to 64 shades of each color I can combine together. What does that mean? Actually, more importantly, what does the 0 in the front mean? I'm pretty sure none of these colors go below what black says. Yeah. So there's nothing starting with like a 2 or a 31 or anything like that. So that first flip bit is just telling you whether or not there's even a color there. So, how do we encode that in GIMP? I really wish Joe was on the stream. If Joe was on the stream, he'd be able to tell me this. However, seeing as I'm using index colors, everything's going to get mapped from 0 to 255, and then compressed down into 1/64th of that. Or, what's 250? 256 divided by 64, or 1/4. So basically, all the colors I'm sending to it are being smashed down by a quarter. So everything that's within 4 of each other, or within a 4-block bin, is going to look identical. Which, I mean, I probably couldn't tell the difference anyway. It's going to look like one of those old DOS games in terms of color clarity. So I'm digging kind of deep into this. And this would be neat to encode, but I don't think I have a way of encoding, 5 times 3 color bit depth. So that's... I wonder if there's... Yeah. So what's an 8-bit integer? The 8-bit integer... I mean, really, it should be... Each pixel is basically being represented by 15 bits. plus that 1 bit to determine whether or not it's on. I just wish I knew a way to do that from GIMP, but I don't think I can. So for now, we use index, I guess 1, because index 0 for Joe is black, I assume. So he's automatically inserting that 16-0 color there as true transparent, and I can't figure out a way to just shove that in there. Because when I tried adding the alpha channel, everything broke. So that's not the way to do it. I'm sure if Opponent was here, he'd tell me what I'm doing that's wrong. But for now, let's move on. Now we know how to do at the very least, we know how to do... My cat is running laps around the computer. I don't know what's going on. We know how to do this, which is load up a TGA. Hey, where are we storing the sprite ID for that? No, I guess he's just inferring the sprite ID from that palette1.id. Okay, so you just pass in. So let's just follow the code from beginning to end just to see what's going on here. We initialize the thing. There's a palette handler, so now you have ITGA palette handler. Where is that? Okay, so you actually have to pass in a function that's designed to handle the palette. So in terms of the palette, what you do is here he just says, okay, basically create a new palette, whole cloth, and store it in some palette ID. There. Uncomment the code below to see what happens. Okay, let's see what happens if we have a second palette. Okay, so we have Joe sprite add TGA. So we're loading at the Sonic thing. Let's actually look at the reference for that. So the transparent, okay, yeah, so we have the location. This is basically the subdirectory, so it tells you where to load it from within the CD folder, actual file name, and then the transparency color index, which for us is going to be 1 for this guy, and nothing for this guy. Okay. And that's going to get loaded as sprite index 0, I believe. And then we have nothing handling the palette for him. Huh. TGA palette loading. Something. Joe sprite set palette ID. Oh, okay. He's actually customizing his own palette. Here, he's generating his own palette. That's neat. Okay, so he's hard coding in color values here, and like I said before, I suspect these colors are going to get squashed down to 1/4 of what they are actually. So if I change these numbers by a little bit, I don't suspect I'd see any difference. Okay. Now we're adding the draw as a callback, and we're setting, okay, set palette ID 1, palette ID from palette 1, and we draw 3D, and this is, I believe, sprite ID 0, X0, Y0, Z500, so that's his default, yeah, sprite ID XYZ, on integers, and then sprite ID XYZ, all integers. So he's not even bothering to track the palette ID. We're gonna have to do that, or sorry, the sprite ID. palette ID he's tracking by loading the palette with the sprite. So what we can do is we can change this to have, you know, we pass in whatever palette we have here with Joe Create Palette. But where does... Okay, so the palette handler, I guess, is run whenever we add the TGA here. And if we have this thing set to actually have palette 1 be created when this thing's loaded up, it's going to take the palette that's intrinsic in the header of son8.tga, and then this function will place it, or will create the palette based off of the currently examined TGA file, store it in palette 1, and then return the pointer to that palette, which I guess just goes nowhere. Or, actually no, it probably returns it to whatever this thing needs to handle it for, and it'll store that palette and associate it with that sprite ID when this thing gets generated. So that sprite ID, or no, it doesn't even get associated with the sprite ID. It just gets its own ID that becomes part of its identity. So if I look up what a Joe palette looks like, it's gonna be a struct with certain... Oh, it's just gonna be data and an ID. So the data is probably just all the palette information, all the different colors, and the ID is the ID, and that's how we track it, and that's how we call it to run stuff. So I think it's up to us to track the palette ID against the sprite ID, and that way we can swap palettes when we display the sprite. Okay, so what do we suspect is going to happen when we actually add this? So we add 1 to the color of palette 2, and palette 2, but it's just that's just index 1. So index 1 is, okay, we have full red and then the color of the brick. So if we add 1 here, what are we adding? Because we're adding 1 to the data. Oh crap, what's going on? Jeez. Things, the data is a pointer. So if we're adding 1 to a pointer, shouldn't that just junk the data in the palette? Okay, let's find out. Because we're iterating the location of the data by 1. So what does that do for our actual palette information? What is going on? Are we adding information to... Oh my goodness. Okay, so if we have set it so that the palette is as out of bounds, I guess, or something like that. And he has some custom thing to flash it different colors with timing. I don't know how we were supposed to suspect this was happening, but my problem is, it looks like he's that whatever palette this is. So this is a palette that's constantly changing. This palette is located at an index that's 1 beyond wherever the last thing that was loaded, right? Am I interpreting that right, or is this somewhere else? Palette 2.data. Palette 2. Joe create palette 2. So we're creating a palette here, which I suspect iterates something And then we're storing information that could be anywhere between entries 0 to 255. But if we're iterating palette to data entry 1. Oh, no. We're not iterating the pointer. I was reading that wrong. We're not iterating the pointer. We're iterating the entry in color 1 by 1. But what does that look like then? That looks like... I think that we have no choice but actually look how palettes are stored, because the way these numbers are, or these colors are stored feel different for different types.h. Okay. So where's the palette? Palette. Did I misspell palette? There we go. Data is a pointer, but we assign the actual data, so Joe color. So how is a Joe color stored? It's a No. It's a 15-bit color, just like we said before. But if we keep adding 1 to it, eventually it has to roll over back to the 0 on the front, right? So what does that mean? Unsigned short. Unsigned short is going to be a 16-bit integer, right? From 0 to this. So I guess that first flip bit doesn't do anything for us then. I was guessing wrong. It's just a quick check. If everything is 0, then that first flip bit allows us to define a Joe transparent. But I guess what he's doing, he's just adding 1 to the colors in every and then every clock cycle it just iterates. Okay, so that means when do these run? Are these run up against how quickly can we expect this to be run? I assume the callback is set up against a V-blank, so I guess this is running at 60 Hz. So that means we should be running through every color. It's 2 shifted left 15. Divided by 60. That's not right. We're definitely going faster than that. Because in order to run through every color, we'd have to go through 65,000 iterations. If we're only doing that once per frame, that means it would take us 1,000 seconds to run through every color. That would take 18 minutes. Well, okay, maybe... Okay. 2 to the 15. What the? No. 2 caret 15. There we go. Divided by 60 frames per second. Divided by 60... Yeah, it would take more than 9 minutes. I guess that got rounded up to 18 in binary, which is not how I'd expect that calculator to work. But that means we're doing it faster. So then these updates aren't being called by V-blank, I don't think. Here's a quick way to check. Joe print statement. Let me just make sure I remember how these things work by opening up my old asteroids file, which we'll get back to in a minute. We'll do %D. %D. Okay. Is going to be count plus plus, and then count, or sorry, count divided by 60, count plus plus. Let's see how fast that iterates. One Mississippi, one. Okay. So it looks like we're running it once a, you know, one cycle should be one frame. But that doesn't make sense because we're able to run the entire color gamut that way. So, whatever. I'm wasting time on this mystery when I can just go back and actually use what we found out, which is we can load up a TGA and have the palette automatically load in. We don't have to worry about it. I suspect he's loading in the palette into some sort of color RAM, and as long as we have this thing handled correctly, it should work. So, with that said, let's go find some open source, or not open source, royalty-free assets, and I want to steal royalty-free game art. There we go, open game art. So let's look for an asteroid. We're trying to make an asteroid clone real quick. I want something nice looking, but not too nice looking. There's a lot of these guys. I don't need a lot. I don't know. What do I think of that? Yeah, sure, why not? There we go. Okay. So it's a PNG at the moment. Where are my downloads at? There we go. And now let's look for a spaceship. Okay. And since this is all open source stuff or whatever, I don't think I need to worry too much about accreditation or what have you. Not quite that. I'm looking for something a little bit simpler. Well, not that simple. That's a little too simple. I want something of similar quality. I want some verisimilitude here. What do you guys think? Some of these are a little... There's nothing quite in the sweet spot of what I kind of want to use. No, that's gonna be rendered huge, isn't it? I mean, I could shrink it, but I want something that's already close to the size I'm expecting already. Eh, this will probably do. Strong sunlit air-laid warship. Okay. There we go. Let's drag this into asteroids and turn it into a TGA. Okay, first off, the ship. I'll just call this one Ship 3 since I actually will be able to use it for now. Okay. Let's switch this thing over to index color map. Generate 255. Whatever music this is, I don't like it anymore. That's one of the jingles. Let us add another color. Hot pink is our transparency. There we go. I don't like this strong outline here, but that's gonna happen. Well, let me see. What did it look like full size? I hate that what the Windows preview always tries to blur things. It looks like I put Vaseline on my screen or something. We want this thing rotated to the right. Transform. There we go. Let's remap our colors. I want hot pink to be up front. There we go. Let's call this Ship 3. And we'll export ship3.tga. There we go. And then we'll do something similar for the asteroid. And really, for now, because I'd have to figure out how to use the tile mapper, I guess, for the... Well, let's just check real quick, and maybe it's going to be a simple thing to do. So we have the TGAs under here. We can add TGA from stream, TGA loader, TGA from tile set. There we go. So, the same thing, subdirectory, file name, transparency color, tile set definition. Now, we have to figure out what a Joe tile is, and the number of tiles. So in this case, that'd be what? There's GIMP. There's GIMP. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's assume there's 4 tiles. Are they equally spaced? Show me a grid. Okay, so this guy's taking up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 grid spaces. And this guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, these aren't equally spaced, so we can't really use these as generated. So, if we wanted to tile these out, how wide is this image? Oh crap, actually, how wide is this image? 96, that's divisible by 8. This is 69 by 210. How is anyone supposed to be able to use it? Okay. I'm complaining too much. Modern game engines can use whatever they want, but for the Saturn, we're going to need something that is... Well, let me shift everything over first. Actually, let me rotate this. Let me flip it by that much. And try to move everything over to the right. There we go. And that way we can resize. Come on, unselect, unselect. Canvas size. We're going to want 64, and let's just say everything here is 64 by 64. So 64 times 4 is 256. There we go. So just as a quick aid, let me see. Layer to image size? No, layer to canvas size. We want everything to... No, fit layers to canvas. I guess layer to image size works. Take pencil, size 1. What colors to go? Let's do black. Five, 4, 63. I just want to move this one up. No, not the... Okay, second of all, I want to get rid of transparency layers here. Let me just Google that. So GIMP, remove alpha channel. Should have done this to begin with. Layer, transparency, remove alpha channel. Okay. One would think, I would think that look there first. There we go. Now I just realized there's a lot of outline stuff here. A lot of, you know, replacing the border with white or black or what have you. And I'm assuming it's going to look out, or come out looking terrible once I'm done with it. But it can be fixed in post. There we go, 60. Oh, crap. Okay. Let's move this guy just a touch to the right. I don't like this aliasing thing that happened. Why is that? Move the selection. Oh, you know what? I gotta cut and then paste, and then I can move. What is with my grid? My grid isn't like a divisible by 8 or anything. Let's see, grids. Oh, there we go. Guides? No, not guide, grid. Okay, back to Google. GIMP, change grid size. Edit preferences, grid spacing. Edit preferences. Choose default grid and set spacing. Default grid. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it should be 8. That way things make sense to me. Why hasn't it changed here? Image menus, configure grid. Okay. It's never take the first option on stuff like Stack Exchange or whatever, because they never actually read the question. They just assume they know what you want without actually listening to what you're asking. Configure grid. There we go. So, actually, maybe we should make the grid 4. That'll help me a little bit more. So yeah, actually that helps me a lot. Now, we could try getting rid of some of this pinkish color. Actually, no, we'll get rid of that by editing the palette and just getting rid of those colors. Okay. So there's 64. Oh, selections cutting me off. Okay. So that was from 64 to, I believe, 127, right? So then 128 plus 64. Yeah, let me just go back to my calculator. Okay, so then 191 and 192. Which means this guy needs to move down. Down here, okay. Okay. 191. Oh yeah, it's across the grid lines, that makes sense. Alright. Take this guy. Cut, paste, move. So first off, where is center? Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 grids on top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grids on the bottom. So, let me move that down. Okay, so not counting the overhangs. 1, 2, 3, 4 grids on top. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 grids on the bottom. Okay, that's centered. And then on the left and right, there's 3. There we go. That's basically centered. That's more or less centered up there. This guy. Ooh, okay, undo. Cut, paste, move. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the bottom, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the top. So we want to do this. 1 bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the top, and on the left and the right. We have 4 on the left, 4 on the right. That's centered. And this guy. Cut, paste, move. I need a dumber interface like on MS Paint or something. That's obviously not centered. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the bottom. Let's try that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the bottom. And from the left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the right. Alright, so this should be evenly spaced out tile set, so the tile size should be 64 when I load it up as a tile set. It should still be 64. So, let's try doing a quick test of that. Okay, so this export ship as... Okay, we already did that, actually. Oh my. Why does that preview look terrible? This thing doesn't have an alpha channel, does it? Colors, transparency, no, image. Where was it? Layer, transparency, remove alpha channel. Aha! That could have been terrible. Place. There we go. Okay, that's what I expected. And then this guy, something similar. Save. Asteroid. We'll export. Okay, double check. Layer. Transparency. No alpha channel. Good. Export as. Just call it Roid. Roids. Why would it... Roids. Okay, so now what do we got? We got, in asteroids, just view by medium icons, or large icons. There we go. We have PNG. Okay, we just got the trust that blast. Oh yeah, that's the original bullet thing that I stole from Joe. Okay, ship 3. Let's assume that works, and then roids over here should work as expected. So, let's go back to... There we go. Here's the asteroids build that we had. Let's change the ship to ship 3. And what we're going to do is first we're going to take this music off my playlist once. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know why? It's an index TGA. I didn't load it correctly. You got to rewrite the code for that. Oh, switch the music on me before I had a chance to get rid of it. Alright, we'll fix that later. So we gotta go back. Oh crap, I don't know why I closed that old code, but I shouldn't have. We have to steal the code from here, import it over as, let me just copy this whole thing, whole plot, and create a, what are we going to call this? Sprite handler Sprites? No, I don't want to call it Sprites because it's competing with a significant name. I'm gonna have to call it something like that. So sprite loader.h or .c. That means we're also going to want a sprite loader loader.h. And let me go back to Forsaken Plane, or not here. Here? No, that's Joe Engine. Just recall how we sanitize things. Void skip up. Call this sprite loader. Okay, so get rid of all this crap. You need blank space at the end of every file, so you might as well just take this chunk of code and put it everywhere. A comment, at least. There you go. Been coding a little bit in Python, so I was tempted to write import instead of include. Okay. I'm also going to need, back in Forsaken Plane, should be in this folder. Where's my make file? Open with, yep. We need to add the sprite loader.c. So, okay. Now that we're here, we need to appropriate some things. So I'm gonna make an array of Joe palettes. And this is gonna have actually, that's a thing. How many colors, or how much information can I actually store in these palettes? So these are going to be 256 colors each, and each color is going to be 16 bits. So that's 2 bytes per color. Christ, I wish Opponent was here or something like that. You can just quickly remind me. He's got all this in his head. I have to look it up. Saturn, DRAM, I guess. Where's the technical specs? I know I had, we had one of those technical specs where I got a shout out. Just call it Saturn technical. Sega Saturn. Actually, look for technical specification. Let me look for Emerald, Nova, Opponent, because I know we're in there somewhere. There we go. So if I remember correctly, I am thanked somewhere down here in this comment section. There we go. Here, and Opponent. That's how you know it's trustworthy. I think the diagram's easier. Okay, so video RAM should have a whole megabyte split in half. And I want to take... Okay, let's say we want to take a disgusting amount of that space. Let's say we have 512 kilobytes. That's 1024, 112 bytes. So divide that by 256 color palette number, and divide that by 2. So in theory, if I wanted to take up half of the VRAM, I could store 1,000 color palettes. Let's store a quarter of that, or not even. Let's store 128 palettes. Just allow for it, you know? Oh, I forget. What's the difference between static and extern? Static versus extern. Let me see. Oh, that's what we want to avoid. We don't. Here. Let's try extern. Actually, let's see how I handle it in the sprite loader. Oh, I already got rid of that. Okay. I know I had to fix Forsaken Plane for this exact reason. Because when Joe updated Joe Engine, a lot of stuff that I was doing didn't necessarily translate over because I need to externalize all the variables I was using because things weren't carrying over. So in the header, I want to externalize everything that's actually going to be saved and used elsewhere, and then I just do a normal declaration inside of the C file. That's just what I have to keep in mind. So here, we don't need to do this, we just need to include sprite loader .h do what can't I spell? Palette array is we're going to restore all the palettes that we're going to be using. And I won't need this. Wait, was it loader or handler? I guess it's loader. Okay. And then my draw will externalize, but we'll keep this code here just to remind ourselves what's going on. So we want a pointer to oh, you know what we can do here? We can do an index. Index. Palettes index. There we go. So we take the pointer to whatever thing this thing is going to be going to point to, and we return it. Let me just wrap it in. For some reason on this keyboard, on this laptop, the page up and the home button are the same thing. So whenever I want to run it, I have to use a function key to use home as opposed to just page up. I wish it was reversed somehow. Or if they just actually spent the extra two keystroke or 2 key spaces to give a home and an end key, because I use them a lot more than I use, say, like break or scroll lock or insert. Okay. So this does the same thing it was doing before. This is my TGA palette handling. This generates okay, function to be sent to uh-oh. Oh, I can't do that. I can't give it a an argument. I mean, I can do a palette loading index, but how do I? Extern palette extern int palettes loaded equals 0. And that's how we'll index it. So palettes loaded, and palettes loaded plus plus. There we go. I mean, theoretically I can combine it there, but I don't like that kind of code. Oh, I can't do that. Unless I do that. Oh, you know what I can do? -1. Alright. Iterate and bound palette counter. If palettes loaded is greater than or equal to, we're going to define max palettes as 128. Probably about to find out that I forgot how to do that kind of stuff in C, and I have to relearn that too. Okay, so we're gonna have palettes loaded. Palettes loaded is greater than that. Then we'll just reset it to 0. There we go. That'll keep it within the bounds. Okay. I mean, we're not doing this anymore. Let's just do a loading function. So void load sprites. For now, I guess we'll void it, but eventually if we want to have like different things loaded into memory, we'll want to do that. Okay, so set palette handler. I particularly like this song. Shadow the Hedgehog soundtrack is underrated. Load sprites. It's gonna be ship ship 3, right? And just to quickly check, I want to see if add TGA returns the sprite ID. If so, I'd like to use that. Okay. Here. Oh crap! No. I wanted to do that. Oh, okay, keep that there. Oh no! I wanted that too. Add tile set, there we go. And then I need a Joe tile. Not Ho tile, Joe. tile. Is that not here? I thought I was just looking at it. Oh, I think it's just called tile. There we go. And now I get to look for what I wanted, which is add TGA. And it returns spread ID. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. So for now, let's extern int ship SPID, and we're gonna have leave in the ability to have multiple ships. So let's allow for, say, I don't know. Okay, let's just do 64 ships. Okay. Oh, but we have to track the pallets with. Yeah, this is going to be an issue. I'll figure this out in a second. But essentially, we have to track separately the pallets along with the ships that we're displaying. For now, let's just do a single ship, and then we'll adjust the code for later. Let's call this Roid SPID. There we go. I mean, what I'd really do is I'd probably make everything some sort of struct or entity where we track, on top of that entity, we track the tile ID, or sorry, the sprite ID along with the palette ID, or at least the default palette ID, and you leave the ability to add more. So tile set definition. So we need to create a Joe tile, which is what I was looking at earlier. So we have add TGA tile sheet, and we need to create a Maybe I could just create a 64 tile and just be done with it. Or how do I generate a tile? Actually, you know what? Maybe one of these demos will just quickly give me the tile set code. Okay, Joe tile count. Gems. Okay, gems, I believe, is the Joe tile here. So Joe tile gem, 32, 32. 2028. Oh, you can generate your individual tile sizes here. So this is going to be, if I look at the order of the Joe tile, height, width, X, and Y. Or do I have that backwards? Because it says here, I bet you I have that backwards. This is probably X, Y, height, width. They're probably stored in a different order than this thing is generated. So this is the X and Y coordinates, followed by the height and the width. So if I make a roids Actually, let's just make this more generic. Stern. So this is going to be 64. Tile 4x. Tile 4x64. It's going to be starting from 0, 0, going to 64, x, and then y. So maybe 0, 64. This is all 64. Just okay, and one more. Okay, so 64 plus 64 is 128. Oops. And then 128 plus 64 is let's see, 192. That sounds right, right? 128 plus 64. Yeah, there we go. I did it. Okay, so that's our 60. I should call that 64 times 4. Where am I? Okay, over here. Let's leave that over there. Let's actually copy the function I actually need. So, subdirectory, file name, transparency color, that's going to be index 1. Tile set tile count, 4. There we go. This is going to be Roid Spid. Or is it Roid's Spid? Roid Spid. Load sprites. Okay. Loads all sprites into memory. And then the my draw. There we go. So we need to set the sprite palette. The sprite palette in this case is going to be palettes index 0.id. We'll find a better way of doing that later. And this is going to be that's the index, so ship spid. Come on. There we go. There. Let's add that to. Oh yeah, we don't need that anymore, do we? Oh, let's comment that out. No, comment. Again, I was working in Python. Dojin, well, welcome back to the stream. What are you talking about? Is that anti-aliasing? Is that going to make things look slightly better? Because I'd welcome that if that was what that does. I'm going to actually look to see if that's a thing, though. Because now I'm not sure what to think. Joe, enable... Ah! Whatever. You got me. No, it's literally not there. It's, I wouldn't know what to put in its place. Okay. What was I doing? Okay, we have to include sprite loader, alright? So the sprite loader now has all this stuff attached to it. We're storing our palettes. We're keeping track of the palettes. Alright. We got our ship spid, we got a roid spid. So we're keeping track of... Okay, so just to check, make sure. No, not that. from tile set. It will sprite ID of the first image. Yeah, and then we just iterate by 1, 2, or 3 if we want the other guys, which I think we'll get to tonight. I don't need another Joe main. Yeah, this is all superfluous now. The My Draw. I already ported that over, right? Okay. Let's... Okay, this is not draw ship. This is get ship position. Alright? And this code no longer actually works. And then this part is the draw ship. Okay. Draw ship. So what we need is we need to set the palette ID to palette 0.id. Then we have ship's mid, but first we have to set the scale. But we don't want that. We want this. So all we really had to add was set the palette. And I think draw 3D and draw and rotate both work on the same principles. Right? Joe, draw. What did I write? Joe, sprite, draw 3D. My bad. So it'll display a sprite, but it'll take a normal sprite or it'll take an index sprite. So I imagine this other thing will do something quite similar. So what really needs to happen is that the okay, palette handling, that's, there we go. So we set the palette handler. So we just need the load sprites in our initialization. So we can replace that with this. So initialize core, load assets, start loop. This is Joe main. Okay. Initial function. There we go. Game loop. So inputs, physics, draw. Okay, yeah. So that's in the callbacks. Load sprites should go over here and actually load what we need. TGA tile set. Okay. It's not ship 3, it's roids. Roids. Tile set 64x4 is defined up top. Palette tracking. Just call it palette tracking. Let's get the sprite IDs. So tile definitions. And we're also going to, okay, we don't need externals on the C file. We'll just grab them from the header. We'll just initialize them properly. My draw is not allowed because there already is a my draw. I think I need this. Okay. Load sprites will be called. That will set the TGA tile handler. This is basically exactly what Joe wrote, so it should be fine. And then we're actually going to load the sprites. See, I'm afraid to run this thing because I know there's going to be some sort of compilation error, but I think everything is accounted for right now. I should be able to get the spaceship I want. Nope. Why am I not allowed to do that? Redefinition. What do you mean redefinition? One's the header. One is not. Oh, let's not do that there. Well, there's a warning there, but I guess I can go back and address it if it becomes an actual problem. Okay, let's see if the spaceship actually shows up. Well, that is something approaching the shape of the spaceship that I wanted. And kind of works. But I don't think it's using the correct palette. Because I think it's using the palette from the asteroid. That's what that looks like. When I'm drawing it. How am I drawing it? Palette 0, D. Okay. There. Palette's loaded. Plus plus. Nah. That was it. I was trying to correct for it before I fixed the code. There's an implicit declaration thing, something happening. I'm doing something that's not good practices. I could probably break the code down the line. If anyone can tell me real quick what it is, if their eyes faster than me. If not, I'll just try to scroll back up on the log and see. There we go. That's our spaceship. Okay. Let's try loading up a roid. Draw ship. Let's draw a roid. Also, just for fun, let's static roid angle. Let's make the roid spin in space. What type is an angle? Int. Yeah, we're doing it in degrees now because Joe. Okay, where was it? Roid angle plus plus. Okay, replace ship angle. Whoa, okay. Who did that? Oh crap, I got a raid. Welcome everyone new to the stream. I'm preparing to try and read chat as fast as I possibly can. Okay, so Zoichenheimer. Is that how you pronounce your name? You're gonna have to correct me on that one. But I'm assuming it's either Zorkenheimer. Zorkenheimer? I'm trying to get German with it. There we go. Okay, well thank you for the raid. That's it's been a little bit since we have a raid of that size. Zorkenheimer? Zorkenheimer. I'm gonna go with Zorkenheimer. Anyway, thank you for coming. Just a real quick introduction. I do homebrew games on the Sega Saturn. If you want to go to emeraldnova.com, I have some of my other partially complete works or playable works available for download on your favorite emulator or ODE for Saturn. Collision is maybe coming up toward the end of the night. Right now, I'm taking Joe Engine's implementation of 8-bit TGAs, 8-bit texture files, and putting them on screen, and hopefully things will work. Which is what I was doing right now, is I just got my ship to go on screen. Well, it's not my ship, it's a open source, free, license to use sprite of a ship. And now we're going to use a similarly sourced asteroid loaded up as a tile set in Joe Engine. So let's load up our emulator, see if it actually worked. Come on. Collision in 2D isn't so bad. If you go back to some of my older streams that I have backed up on YouTube, I did a convex hull collision where you could wrap around all the critical points of some 2D area and figure out what the boundaries were, and then you could detect the collision based off of a different sprite's convex hull. Okay, I realized I didn't actually put in the code to display the asteroid. My bad. Let's put that in the... No, it's going to be under my draw. Y'all distracted me, that's what happened there. Is that draw ship or is that draw ship? There's two draw ships on here. Let's try that. Right. Spin. Let's do... 0... Wait, did I do that right? Ship position. Let's do roid position. Roid position. And we're gonna get, I just put it 100 off to the left or the right or something like that. Shift by 16 because we're going from integer to fixed. Okay, I'm going back to try and read all these comments. Thank you for the follow. Oh god, it went away already. Takashini Shiami. Christ, these names are killing me. Thank you for the follow, Takashimi Shiami. A Bridgewater. I'm using a Sadiator, which is not quite out yet. I was a high-tier Patreon, or whatever you call them, for Professor Abrasive. So that will work with literally any Saturn. You just plug it in the back where the VCD port is. Only caveat is that you can't play VCD-only games with it. So that's what I'm using. A lot of people have moved on to using the Fenrir, which I understand have a certain pin count compatibility issue, which I guess you're already aware of. And then the mode, I'm not too familiar with the mode. I know that it's supposed to work. I don't know if there's the similar pin count issue with the Fenrir, and I believe the Fenrir is more or less a replacement. Or basically, I'm not going to say replacement, because I think whatever GDM you made, forget what his name is, Daonin, works for a certain pin count. The problem is you can never buy anything from Daonin. So, you're kind of stuck waiting. Hadoken ga. Takashi Nishiyami. Oh, I forgot the name? Takashi Nishiyami. It would really help if you put some capital letters in your name. So I could try to keep track of that. Okay. What I'm doing here, let me go back. I have to have a fixed position for my asteroid position so that I could then place it on the screen. Ship screen position. Oh, wait, do I have a separate... Oh. Let's get the roid position. Alright. It's a problem with these... I have my music playlist as just music game files from Sega so that no one will issue a takedown notice because Sega just doesn't care. Problem is, I get a lot of these jingles and stuff along with the actual background music. Right. But yeah, so if you're having trouble with 2D collision, I recommend you going to some of my older streams. I spend a very long time tackling not only Captain Pie. See, that one's easy. Captain Pie 1. I get that. Thank you for the follow, Captain Pie 1. So some of my earlier streams you can look up on YouTube. I have the Scenario, which was my first project, which is currently on the back burner because 3D is hard. Yeah, I know, right? And I spend an inordinate amount of time tackling Collision. And I got through 2D Collision, it worked fine. I didn't use it for anything. And then I went on to 3D Collision, and I got 3D Box Collision working somehow. Okay. So Captain Pi the First is the same as Captain Pi Zero or Captain Pi not at all. Kakashi, I will certainly... Assembly? What console are you working on? Where you have to do that in assembly? That's excessive. Are you on like the Genesis? No, any. Oh, okay, yeah. I feel sorry for you. They haven't put C on the NES yet, or is that just computationally infeasible? Because I know they've got C on the Genesis. I don't know if it's like a step further or a step too far. Yeah, I imagine that you're taking up a lot of space. I don't know what the RAM... Like, the RAM constraints on the Saturn are kind of weird because there's several RAM banks. Like, I have 2 primary banks of 1 megabytes of RAM, and then 2 half-megabyte banks of video RAM. Really? Assembly is never fun, don't lie. You have to use assembly to use the DSP on the Saturn, and no one does that. First off, because the Saturn was designed in an insane manner and it wouldn't give you anything. And second, because assembly's not fun. Scale it once. What does XL2 use assembly for? Oh, okay, that's probably a step too far. I wouldn't say that. Oh yeah, of course. He uses the DSP somehow, I think. Admit one. Yeah, you see, I'm not a computer scientist. I'm just a physicist, so I never actually learned a lot of this high-level computer science stuff. I'm just kind of learning as I go. So as far as I've never... I took 1 computer science course because it was required for my math undergrad degree, and I didn't even attend it. I just took the test and left. So I never got as far as trying to make a compiler or anything like that. I gotta fix that warning sign at some point. Well, it compiles. Let's see if it draws. Oh, where's my transparent color? Come on. I mean, I like the spin, but you know. Yeesh. That's an issue, isn't it? So when it's drawing... Palette 1. Declaration of load sprites. There we go. Okay, I know what's wrong. I am not... No. We aren't doing RGB. We're doing full 8-bit TGAs the whole time. Okay. What gives? Where's my transparent color? No. Okay. Draw the sprite. Roid spid. It's using on the same, Draw sprite and rotate. Okay, let's just look real quick in the documentation. Draw sprite and rotate. Show me your secrets. Sprite ID, position, angle, center cell, coordinates, billboard. Oh, I don't use a billboard. Well, these are just booleans. This is not where I define my transparency, is it? It's under the sprite loader. Load sprite dot whatchamacallit. Oh. Put that there. Load sprites. Void load sprites. Let's put a return statement just to make everything all hunky-dory and crystal clear. Which index is my transparent... Index 1 is my transparent index, right? So what is your major malfunction? I'm gonna have to bug Joe about this. No. So, well, it better not be. Son of a... No, you're right. Holy crap, how did you even know? I never indexed it. How did you know? Okay, first off, this color. Remove it. Delete it. Get rid of it. I don't like this color. Yeah, you're right. It was loading as RGB. How did you know? Okay, here, let me copy this. Paste it in here. There we go. I don't know that you can just do the eyedropper because... Oh, wait. Can you? Well, it's too late. I already fixed it. So, now it's freaking index as opposed to RGB. Good freaking call on that one. So let's, save and export it. Asteroids.tga. Yeah, replace it. It's screwed up. No compression. Once more. Okay, I'll do that next time if it's necessary. I know now. I'm not good at GIMP. Or C. Or making Saturn games. Okay, problem solved. It's indexed now, before it was RGB. And, am I really gonna have to go back and steal my old collision code for this? Ace spray. Yeah, alright. Why am I... Oh, the back button doesn't stop me. Yeah, that's an issue. I should probably do that. Let's add that feature in. Where's my controls? Up. Should we key up and add in down. Decrease velocity. This is minus equals. There you go. Simple. Here's the thing. I could, what I'm doing is I'm shrinking full-size graphics because I'm planning on having like a menu and stuff. So I could easily fit Elon Musk's head into the cockpit of one of these guys, but if you shrink it down, he'd be like 1 pixel big. Alright. Forward, 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 forward. Oh, you know what? I made a stupid. Down. Forgot to change that part. Forward, back. Aha! There we go, now it's a proper game of asteroids. The problem is, now I have to put in bullets. After I put in all the bullets, I gotta put in collision. So let's go steal some bullets. That's something that's not gonna come up in court one day. I don't need you anymore. I'll keep you open. Oops. Yep. Don't need this anymore. There we go. Bullets. We'll just do the same thing we did before. Okay. Maybe I should call it, like, space laser. Oh, I was just staring at it, too. I could have just stolen this. Give me your graphics. Yeah, I like the bottom one. Simple. I hate you so much, Windows Preview. No, we don't need Forsaken Plane anymore. That was just his copy code out of it. Let's go back to roids. Open with GIMP. That's the beauty of this website, though. This website, everything is royalty free and open license and stuff like that. You're free to use any of it. What? Yeah, it's open game art. Now, my only problem here is that the transparency layer is going to make things hard to do, because the Saturn doesn't natively do these partial transparency crap. So I got to get rid of some of this stuff. Let's start with, let's get rid of the transparency layer. I don't need an aura that big for these bullets. Yeah, I imagine. You probably have to crunch down the depth of the color a lot too, right? Because right now, the tools we're using right now take an 8-bit TGA, but they crunch all the colors down so they're basically 15-bit colors. Yeah, but you have palettes though, right? So like you encode them in 2 bits, but the palettes have full color depth. Trekkies, you know as well as I do that I don't know anything about how the Saturn works. So telling me to do anything with VDP2 is just me asking me to read documentation for the rest of the night. Yeah. I mean, before this, I was using Ponut's engine, or Ponut's tools, and Ponut, his tool basically makes you generate a separate palette in full RGB and load that in separately in color RAM. Anyway, let's go ahead and destroy this this beautiful image. Hot pink. I'll give it one pixel of aura. I mean, Trekkies, that actually sounds very, very likely. So Zorkenheimer, how many colors do you actually get? Like, what's your actual color depth? Like, I know each sprite can only choose, like, 4 of those colors. I guess probably 3. But... No. How many is 2 bits? Yeah, it's only 3 colors. So, besides that, though, like, what kind of colors do you have to choose from for those 3 colors? Okay. And is that for the entire game, or is that per sprite? But I think I'm asking the wrong question. Like when I say color depth, I mean like an individual color. How much information is in that one color? Because in this current implementation, it's 15 bits per color. That doesn't that's not how many colors you're allowed to use, but that's just how much information is encoded in one color. There we go. Let's kind of clean this up. Yeah, chop this part off and this part. There we go. Okay. Okay. So basically, Nintendo told you your space of colors that you can have. So it's kind of meaningless to talk about the color depth because you don't really have the option of changing it. So the color is what it is. All right, that's fair. I mean, I'm sorry Nintendo got you like that. You're free to join us on the Saturn and try to figure out why, you know, they decided they need 2 of every chip. Well, I'm already this far now, so again, something I'll keep in mind for the next time I do this. All right. Okay. Let's cut and then paste it down over here. There we go. Then we want to make the image. We don't need this. In fact, we could probably make this a lot smaller. So how big is this? 12 by 12. So we can make it 16 by 16 4 times. So that's 16 by 64. It's show me my grid. That's just okay. I'm not going to do that much work. I just want one bullet. Oh, 32. 30. Why can't I? Okay. Image, canvas size, 32. What is going on? Did I turn off numlock or something? Oh, there we go. No, this is 16 by 32. There we go. Oh, you guys are getting to the kind of stuff I probably don't understand anymore. Okay. Okay, now we have a tile set for bullets. Holes. Oh, thank you for the following, Godfather. Okay, the B threw me off. Godfather. Is that a reference to something? Let's call this bulls.tg. I was about to do it again. Index colors. There we go. Okay, yeah, that did what it was supposed to do. Thanks for stopping in, Cat and Pie. If you follow me on Twitter, I try to announce ahead of time when I'm doing one of these, so if you want to stop in and see more Saturn game stuff, go ahead and join us again. I'll let these guys keep talking about assembly stuff that I have no experience in. Okay, the image is indexed already. Bowls.tga, all caps, because that's how we do. I'm already completely lost with what you guys are talking about. Oh, that's not a good sign. I need to read more manuals. Let's... Bulls. Bull spid. Oh. Okay, so let's predefine our tiles for the 30. Oh, they're not 32, they're 16s. 16 by 2. 16. 16, and then down by 16. 16. 16, and there's just 2 of them, so that's it. Is it bull or bulls? Bulls, plural. Bull spin. Okay. Oh, that should just work out, right? Okay, let's just try to get that on screen before I start animating stuff. Replace Royd with Bull in selection. Now, how much stuff did I break? Royd is now 2. Full speed, full screen position, and that's taken from let's do ship position. And then add, I don't know, like 16 to it. Okay, I'm going back over chat and I'm like, oh. Yeah, I'm not even where Trekkie's at. He knows enough to be dangerous. I don't even know that much. Let me see. See, I'm trying to remember how things are. I think a lot of the stuff in Saturn requires a 2-byte address or 2-byte divisible address. Full angle undeclared. Okay, that's why. Full angle, full angle, full angle. Now let's just copy the ship angle for now. They're both just gonna rotate with me. There we go. That's a nice compile. So, somewhere ahead of the ship is going to be a bullet. Oh my goodness. Because I didn't tell it the right tile. Tee. Where's the sprite loader? Yeah, it's 16 by 2, not 64 by 4. Ponut, you're here! You always sneak in just answering questions without even... Yeah, I could have used your help earlier, Ponut, when I was doing some stupid stuff. Now I think I've got... No... Tile must be a multiple of... Of what? Of what? No, you can't tell me... You can't tell me half of that. It is a multiple of 8. I made sure of that. It's 16, and then... Yeah, it's 16 by 16. How big are you? Yeah, this is... Wait. Image. Canvas size. This should be a 16 by 32 canvas. I mean, I can shrink this down to 8. You think he wants bigger, though? Bridgewater, are you talking about the process for putting something in memory on the NES? Because that sounds foreign to me, having to do all that. Okay. So this is a 16 by 32 sprite, right? And I set the tile set correctly. Oh! Well... Another easy name. At least I hope it was an easy name to pronounce. Thank you for the follow, Gwep. Intel. Oh, okay, yeah, that's far beyond what I'm doing. I don't think there's ever going to be a reason for me to do, you know, assembly-level stuff on a PC. I don't think anyone's actually done assembly-level stuff for video games on a PC since, like, Roller Coaster Tycoon. I could be wrong. Okay. 16 by 16. I give it that tile set. Oh, whoops. 2 tiles. I bet you that was it. I was looking too far for those tiles. Okay, let me go real quick in my, remove that. Aha! The bullet is on top of me, because... reasons. Okay. I thought I shifted it off a bit. Where's the bullet? Oh, it's under here. Bullet position X, and then Y, and then Z is that. So let me do, whatever the ship position is. And let's add like 32 to it. It should be offset. Yeah, there. Yeah. Okay, this time I promise I'm actually going to pay attention to the warnings. As soon as they come up, where are the warnings? Warnings went away. Okay, whatever. There we go. Oh, what's going on here? What happened? Why is that sprite? It's off just by just a little bit. I don't like that. Hey, you quit that. Okay, let's do a couple of things. The start button not only stops the velocity, it also resets ship position. Ship Angle reset. Ship angle 0. Okay, second thing. What's up with the bullet? Bullet. Bullet position. Okay, bullet position fine. Bullet by DA is fine. So then, maybe okay, it's got to be something to do with the sprite loader, right? Bulls.tga. But how is it getting off by that much? How big is this image? Just double checking so I'm not going crazy. 16 by 32. It's right there. I know. Let's do no, not here. Let's do static and bullet state equals 0. I'll be able to change the bullet thing by pressing the A button. Change bullet. Oh, right, what was that? So, bullet state is equal to 1 minus bullet state. And there we go. It's going to be on A key. And bullet state is going to go into the draw function to change the bullet speed. There we are. So pressing A button should switch which bullet I'm looking at, but something went weird with it. It's supposed to be 16 by 16, right? First, let's see if my reset commands works. Yep, okay. I should put key down as opposed to bullet press or something like that. But they both have the same issue. They both look like they're offset. And none of these other sprites have that issue. Okay. So it's not pressed, it's going to be down. Every time I press it down, so you don't have to have frame perfect button timing. Let's give it an outline of this. That way we'll be able to track what's going on with the boundaries. Yeah, okay. Save as bulls. Oh, no, not that. Export as bulls 2. Okay, we'll switch that in the sprite loader. Bulls 2. What does 1 mean? 1 is the transparency color. Okay. This is the tile set. 16 by 2. Right? Yeah, that should do it. Yep, see, everything's offset. But just a little bit. And it's offset in a weird way. I don't understand how it got offset like that, though. That's the thing. It's the right width. It's like skipping... Well, it's not even skipping. It's starting it and stopping it in the wrong locations. Do I need to make the image, like, actually bigger? Do I need to make it, Let's try making it full size. Let's try making it, like, 16 by 16. See what happens. Or, sorry, not 16 by 16. I already tried 16 by 16. That didn't work. So I put a border around the bullets, and it didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to expand this to a full 64 by 128. Just to put these teeny tiny bullets in there. Here. I have to draw borders to actually guide what I'm doing here. Oops, nope. $63. There we go, 63. Over here. Green. Here. Wait a minute. How big did I make this thing? The size. No, it's 256. Okay, so then we have 192 somewhere around here. There we go. And 128. I just make a set of 4 bullets. Okay, so we're doing 1, 2, 3 from the bottom, 1, 2, 3 from the top. This guy's gonna be sitting right on top of here. Whoops. Okay, cut that out. I think Joe just doesn't like using sprites that are too small. And that's what I'm going to base this fix on. And then I'm going to make a special one with 3 bullets. Oh crap. Keep forgetting that the select tool has a mind of its own and I don't know how to use it. Aha! And we'll get rid of this stuff. And paint this in. There we go. That can be our new bullets. Export as bullets 2. There we go. And on the tile set, we change it back to 64, because that's what it is now. I guess everything's just going to be 64 by something tiles. And the bullet animations. Where was it? Okay, now it's going to be bulls plus plus. And then, if bull state is greater than or equal to 4, equals 0. There we go. That should do it. Fix it? Yep, that fixed it. It's the size. It doesn't like 16 big. Oh. How did that happen? Come on. You're supposed to load 4. Oh, I didn't load 4 of them. I forgot to fix that. Whoops. Can't shoot out, can't shoot asteroids with asteroids. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. That's great. That looks fine. Even when it's rotated, it's pretty okay. Maybe we can space it out a little bit more, but not that much. Okay. Let's do, I think there's enough time tonight. It's only been a couple hours, and I think I can do this quick. Let's do an entirely new thing, where we're going to do bullet.c. So we're going to make a new header, a new class. Come on. Oh, that was weird. Oh, Control-N. For some reason, I thought it was in the browser. Okay, so this is going to be bullet handler, and we're going to give it the properties of what? Bullet.c. Yeah, a lot of this is no longer necessary. Let's make a struct. So this is going to be, what is it, type def. See, it's been too long. I keep forgetting how to do these stupid simple things. C struct. It's going to be some struct. Structure tag. Is it C or C++? I don't remember what a tag is. It's, okay. I've never done that before. I always put the name at the end, though. Isn't that how you always do it? Great, now I'm going to look up what I have to do before in order to understand what I do now. Character.h. There we go. Yeah, type def. Oh, struct is the type. Okay. And then character. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, dang it. H. Struct. Bullet. Okay. This bullet is going to have, let's see. Position. You. Okay. Fixed times 2. Joe fixed. Position 2. And an angle. Okay, what else is gonna have? A size. I'm gonna file this under just do generic info. So this is gonna be int type. I just do type for now. Oh, maybe owner. And I'll just set it to 0 for player so it doesn't harm the player. And then size, and that'll select the number of bullets, I guess, in that cluster. And we're gonna need an array of bullets, aren't we? How many bullets can we have on screen? Probably too many. Okay, let me do bullet array. Bullet bulls. Let's let a bunch of them on screen. Oh, we're gonna want a speed, aren't we? Is the speed an integer or fixed? It's a fixed. Everything should be fixed. And that will tie into the velocity. Oops. Define this as an extern. So this is the bullet array. I could probably make this a linked list, and I'll probably do that later, but for now I just want this to work. Okay, create bullet. Functions. Void. Bullet. We're gonna need owner. Size. A bunch of other stuff. Show fix. Speed. Pointer to Joe fixed. Position. Pointer to Joe fixed velocity. And then pointer to an angle. No, okay, let's do a pointer to an angle, so that way we can handle when I change the ship into a struct. Let's open up bullet.c that I accidentally created. Take away all this include crap. And then this is now going to be bullet.h. No more endif. Okay, there we go. Create bullet. Generate bullet. Oh. state. We need to determine if it's alive or not. Cool. Alive. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy info over. So, bulls. Oh, no, first we have to find a live bullet, or a dead bullet. Find dead bullet. So, bull ID is equal to -1. Oh, Shane. Okay, I forgot. You were off doing stuff. But yeah, Shane, you missed a raid. But yeah, go ahead and finish up your game, and then we'll see. Well, I'll probably be a little bit further along. Oh, well, I forgot. I promised all those things, didn't I? Oh yeah, Shane helped me out a lot. He's also a follower. Giving me those Bezos bucks. Int index equals 0 I less than 128 plus plus. Yeah, man, I'm always happy to take Amazon Prime money. What am I doing? I am looking at every bullet. Or bulls. Alive. If not, I think that's how you do that. Was it? No, it's not that. MATLAB again. I do too much stuff in too many languages. Okay. If not alive, then bull ID is now equal to I. And we can break. And don't generate if bullet count is exceeded. So if bull ID is less than 0, and we're gonna return. Okay, now we can start copying info over. Copy info over. So we're gonna have all this stuff here. We have all this stuff here. Let's start at the bottom. Activate bullet. Bull ID live equal true. There's a capital T true. Forget and C is true. I should probably just call it 1. Just be over with it. But C, Boolean, capital or lowercase. Okay, lowercase true. I don't know why Notepad++ isn't highlighting it for me. If I was using Atom, it probably would. Okay. So, just do position 0. It's going to be equal to... Huh. Yeah, when I start doing stuff like my making save files, I'm going to have to start compressing all these Boolean flags into, like, bitwise additions into each other so that the save file doesn't explode in size. Oh, there's new face. Jojo box. Is it Jojo or Juju? Yeah, always correct me on the pronunciation, because I'm just gonna keep pronouncing it wrong if you don't yell at me for being stupid. But welcome to the stream. This is gonna be position on. So if I pass in the array pointer and I just call it like this, it should just work, right? I think so. So, if you're just cutting in here, I am making asteroids on the Sega Saturn, and I'm going to use that to expand out and make my own game, space game, but for now, I'm just trying to get the basics to work, you know. So, we're doing making the bullet right now. Yeah, you see, it's one thing to not get an answer. It's another thing. My main problem with Stack Overflow and those kinds of websites is that you will ask a question with a certain prompt, and maybe it's very similar to a common question or a beginner question that's asked. But what ends up happening is that they tell you your approach is wrong, what you're doing is wrong, you should be doing it this way, and not actually address the question asked. And oftentimes it's like negative helpful. Like you were better off with no answer than them telling you, hey, download this entire library to do this one function that you're trying to write for an application that you're not trying to do. You know, that kind of thing. So a lot of it is just not getting the answer to the question asked because they keep assuming you're asking a different question than what you asked. We want the angle. I passed in the angle as a pointer, so I'm going to want to write it as a value. Unit test for your Hello World program, isn't it? What's the difference between a unit test and a system-wide test for Hello World? Okay, what it's not like a production test, but like you start the program from the beginning and you just test the whole thing at once. Because the unit test is just, you know, testing an individual function, right? Can't believe I'm looking this up. Grab value from pointer. Let's see. I mean, there's definitely a term for it that I totally forgot. It's based on it because I'm not actually a computer scientist. But it's, is it just the and sign? I don't know why I forgot that. But I mean, the default way of testing something is exactly what I'm doing here, is just run the whole freaking program, see what happens. A proper unit test is just run the function and return the output and see what the function does. There we go. Angle, input is also angle. There we go. Velocity. We do that too. Actually, since if we're inputting speed, we don't need the velocity. Or so wait, no. If we have velocity, we don't need to input speed. That's what I meant. So we don't have to input this as a pointer, and actually this whole line can go. And velocity can now just be cosine sines. And let me go copy what I was doing for my spaceship open, yeah. Where do I play with that? There you go. Cosine minus at angle. and then speed is at input. Just call it speed. Yeah, right. I mean, that's JoePrintf is my primary debugger. Yeah. I don't know how many I got rated earlier. I think still like some of them are left or most of them are left, but we just got a whole bunch of NES homebrewers. And I imagine they don't have a real print statement to, you know, do a crappy version of a debug with. So I don't know how they debug anything. Jojo. So wait, Jojo, what do you actually program on? Are you on the NES like the other guys were? Size. Oh, size is size. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to use Medinfense debugger at some point. I got a lot of reading to do. Yeah, but the one in your boss is like nice. Like you can actually like I've went in and I've actually seen the sprites I've loaded up in Video RAM before. Medifend has terrible UI. I have no idea how I'd be able to use it, but we'll try it out next time I open it up. I mean, if I have to go into memory and see what's going on in memory, I always go with your boss. Well, you can actually do steps and instructions and stuff. Neat. Okay, so that part's done. Owner. Equals. Okay, owner. And size is equal to size. Bullet and return. Honor and size, alright. And we're also going to want a draw bullet function. It's going to loop through all the bullets and draw them if they're alive. And it's going to be voided. I mean, it seems like it would make sense to be able to stop the code to actually see what instruction is running, because you're not going to be able to read as fast as the computer. Okay. Draw. Loop through bullet array. There we go. Draw bullet. And this is just going to be the same draw command as in my draw, right? There we go. Alright, I code consistently, and then all of a sudden everything just kind of works. Can I grab it out of here? Let me just put in a call to draw bullets in its place. Draw bullets. Okay, position is right. Angle, 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 angle. And then bullet speed plus bullet size is going to be 0 to 3, so I can just add bullets.size and it'll do the right thing. Position is position. There's the angle, true and false. Okay. And bull spid is going to be grabbed from sprite loader, so let's include that up here. B plus. It's not that bad, JoJo. We get the basics, math functions we need out of SGL or JoEngine or whatever, and we can rebuild the rest of it. The funny thing is, you can't use floats without losing a lot of speed, so we end up using something called a fixed point number, and the math for that just becomes kind of stupid. So like we have to strategize our division because of how slow everything is. I guess you just kind of get used to it. Okay. Oh, we also need the bullet physics. Is bullets. And we'll call that main loop. My input, my physics. There we go. Oh shit! Screen wrap, angle wrap. Okay. Asteroid. Ship. Let's just do bullet physics. Let's do all of that. And I think for this one, we're gonna do a really simple, stupid, whatchamacallit? Crap, I totally forgot the name. Just a really simple distance function, so if it gets close enough to be a distance function, then we can cause damage, I guess. It's not real collision, it's just collision-like. Physics for bullets. Moves bullets and determines collision. How do I spell collision? Collision. Jeez, okay. Return. Okay. There's create bullet. I think that's gonna work. Draw bullets. That's gonna work. So, there should probably be a return statement at the end of this. Be proper. For now, we'll just do, if the bullet's alive, we'll just move the bullet. Move bullet. Okay, let me try to follow what's going on here. A generic type. By generic type, you mean voided, right? Like null return or no return or whatever? Okay, just to be completely frank with you, I haven't touched C# or C++ in a long time. So if it's not like a feature that's native to C, you're gonna have to reteach it to me because it's been a while. Where is... There we go, just copy these 2 lines. Plus equal velocity 0. And then the same thing, but 1. So we get the x and the y. And I think we'll give these bullets a lifetime. Time? Is there a Joe time? Time.h. There we go. Okay, so I guess, I think he's talking something about being able to define, like, some sort of interface, I guess you call it, or some inheritable class type. Oh, okay. So, I don't know if you'd call that a polymorphic function or not, but, But yeah, I don't think we deal with anything like that. That's not a feature that I think we have available to us at C, at least in this version of C for the Saturn. Yeah, that's like a C# feature. I use that in Java, but I don't use that here. Our stuff is a lot simpler in terms of simpler in implementation. We need a birth time. This is going to be time in seconds. That's going to be... This is going to be Joe fixed. Birth or start time. Kill if older than a few seconds. If time in seconds minus full dot start time. And this is, for some reason it's in fixed, but it only increments during... I don't know if he means 1 as a fixed one, or 1 as in 1 to something that's classified as a fixed. Did you guys like go off and start talking about My Little Pony behind my back while I was too busy coding? Shift right by 16. Let's assume that they mean 16. greater than 2. Okay, actually, no. Let's do this. Greater than 2, shifted left 16. Okay. False. No. Alive equal false. There we go. And that means during bullet creation time, we have to activate the bullet and set his... Yo, what's with the speed? Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. It's equal to Joe time in seconds. Start time is a Joe fixed. Okay, so that should work. That means Fizz Bullets gets called during the... Yep, okay, so let's see if this actually worked. Oh, there's... Oh boy, everything is just everywhere. Okay, Bull ID. Bull ID is... Oh, is this all... Conflicting types for Bull? Okay, first off, stern, bullets. Did I forget to take that off here? Yes, I did. Good. Alright. I don't need to leave the struct in here because the header takes care of it. And I bet you these guys... No, that's right. This is wrong. These are all I. Try again. Okay. Bull ID undeclared. That's bull. Okay, wait, where is that? Oh, did I forget to make that an int on line 25 of C? Yes, I did. Implicit declaration of function draw bullets. Okay, let's fix that first. That's not an implicit declaration. It's inherited from a thing I probably forgot to include. Bullets. Bullet.c. Okay. There's no member alive. Yes, it do. In the C structure that I got rid of. Whoops. Okay. Oh, I forgot. So this is going to be, so this is going to be status. Alive. It's a boolean. And then this is going to be, part of the info is going to be Joe fixed. Start time? Is that what I called? Start time. Yeah, start underscore time. Yeah, I was editing the wrong thing. Wrong type argument, unary mind. What? What are you talking about? Line 44C. So I take in a pointer to an angle, and I want the value, the negative of that value. Is this the wrong way to get the value? I don't think. Shane! Oh. Oh, okay. How did you... Were you streaming Call of Duty? Is that how you rated me? Wrong type argument for unary minors. it's supposed to be giving me an integer, right? How was Call of Duty? Were you winning, son? Let's see, get value from pointer. I can't believe I'm Googling this twice in one night. Yeah, I was just being stupid. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was gonna happen. Whatever. Oh, no, that's not gonna work, that's not gonna work, because I'm doing the stupid thing in a lot of places. Okay, just there. That's the only place I'm being stupid. Alright. Wow, no errors this time. How's this gonna work out? I press the A button, and I forgot to put in the code to actually create the freaking bullet. Yeah. Yep, there's no create bullet function, so all the code is... Okay, we've confirmed the code doesn't crash my freaking game. Let's replace the... Oh yeah, I stole an asteroid. I'm gonna get to that. What I want to do is I want to implement, like, real physics. You know, like, you know, a 100% physics-based Dragon MMO or something like that, where each asteroid starts with its own rotational momentum, and when you break it up into multiple asteroids, you conserve the mass and the rotational momentum and the real momentum, and then you just distribute it randomly to all the different parts. Steroids? I'm just calling them roids for now. Okay. Okay, create bullet. Owner is owner 0. Size is, let's get a random number generator in there. Joe Rand. I want a random integer from 0 to 3. Where is it? Random using multiple amount of seed. Oh, Joe Random is already a random integer. From 1 to max. Okay. So size is now going to be Joe Random for -1. Okay, so let me just make sure that I am actually doing things right. So when I actually draw the bullet, it's going to take the size and add it. So yeah, it starts with a 0. And the speed, let's do, what's my actual speed increment? Joe fixed. 1 minus. 1 shifted 13, I'll do 1 shifted 15. Position, let's point it to actual ship position. Okay. So, for the record, I have an array. If I just point in the, if I put in the array name, it will count as the pointer to that array, and that's what I need to pass in. And then for the angle, I need to actually do, and this ship angle. And now I'm putting both pointers in. Okay, Pona, we're not having the random argument again, but the random in Joe Engine is at least more random than the random in the Do Engine, which is literally the identical list of numbers every time. I'm pretty sure, at least in Joe Engine, you could figure out a way to seed it differently based on the time, which is going to be depending on imperfect player inputs. So if you just reseed it randomly, then it's almost like it's random. Especially if you do it based on the date. If you grab the date from the system, that's the closest you can get to like a really true random. It's not reproducible. No. I tried to make my own random number generator based off of I wanted to make one just cause, and it didn't work. But Joe's random number generator was not giving me identical numbers. I don't think. I don't remember testing Joe's RNG. I just know that it kind of works. Works well enough. Okay, let's try creating a bullet. Oh, another freaking warning. I'll scroll back up and see if the bullet works, then hopefully. That is way too slow for a bullet. But here, you see, this is an accurate representation of the random number generator. The number of bullets I shoot out is a random number between 1 and 4. Okay, I think the last thing for the night is to blow up that asteroid, and then I think we're done. So, we're going to want to do another thing. We're going to create another structure called an asteroid, and we're going to give it a rotational momentum and yeah, we're going to give it a mass and a momentum, and then we're going to have to do a little bit of math. But, you know, it'll be fun. Don't worry. So, let's just look up real quick. No, let's not do the rotational momentum bit yet. Let's just be able to destroy it. Okay, so I am gonna need to know how big these things are. Okay, let's copy this over. We call this Roid. Oh, okay, you're looking up the analytics? Yeah, he's an NES homebrewer, so like we kind of like line up pretty well, except he's doing something much more insanity generating than I am. Like compared to those older consoles, being able to code in C by itself is a blessing. I would be very upset if I still had to do everything in assembly. That'd be more than what I want to do. Like, I looked at trying to get into the Game Boy for a hot minute, and I immediately decided to nope myself right out of there. Okay, then we need to include Roid on the make file. So we're gonna want a Roid struct. And a Roid array. Okay. Status alive, that's obvious. Position, yes. Velocity, yes. Angle. Dojin. Okay. You got me last time, but I'm gonna try this one more time, and if this isn't a thing, then I'm gonna start ignoring your code suggestions. No matches. Again, Dojin, come on. I'll figure out a way to add a background in VDB too. yeah, okay, I'm learning that lesson. We don't need to keep track of start time. We do need to keep track of size. Owner is, well, I mean, that's superfluous. Velocity. We're gonna want an angular velocity. Yeah, it's okay. It's better to have people messing around in chat than dead chat. I enjoy it. I just had to check. Yeah. You've already served your ban time, according to Shane. Okay, so we're gonna have an angular velocity. A normal velocity. I'm gonna set that to 0. Position, I'll just set it to whatever it was. Actually, in Tron time, a picosecond is still stupid fast. Because I think to them, milliseconds are approximate to days, making nanoseconds like minutes to them. So picosecond would be like a split second. What am I doing? I need to create a create function. Create roid. I'll just let this be a random number generator. So extern is how I make sure it's just a flag how I make sure that whatever I create here is able to be used by other things without stupid conflicts, and whatever I use here is going to be unique to this header file. So anyone that includes this header file is not generating a new roids array. Here's the thing, computers only perceive things in cycles. So talking about 1,000th of a cycle is equally as meaningless as talking about 1/2 of a cycle. The time for a computer is quantized, unlike for everything like in the general universe. They can't. It would be impossible for something in a computer to determine if something happened in half a cycle time. Yeah, it's based off the base clock. And in Tron's day, I think a cycle time would be long enough for picosecond to be too short to measure. Yeah, what I gotta do eventually, I need to go back. Before my long hiatus for my defense, I was doing this PCM music background player that I was going to use for dynamic music. And we just ended up going for like a 7-hour stream where nothing really got accomplished, and then Ponut just emails me a working version of his code that does exactly what I wanted the next day or next week or something like that. So eventually we'll go back and we'll do a music thing that will be able to play various sound effects, and we can do that and generate a MIDI player. And that way you can actually use a MIDI tracker and try to make MIDI music, and hopefully we'll be able to play using some generic sound fonts we load up on the Saturn. Maybe we can pitch shift and whatnot. Okay, we need a create roid. What else do we have? We need a draw roid. It's gonna be plural. Draw the roids, and then I guess the physics could be taken care of by the bullets for now if we get to that. Well, we have to get to that, yeah. So yeah. So okay, first thing on the list is create roid. Take off that extern. Create roid. generates a roid. Okay, so we want. Well, let's just see. How do I put this thing on screen? Let me save that code over there, and we're gonna want the bullet code. There we go. And we're going to want a return statement at the end. Okay. Find dead roid. Wait, how is a cycle a year? That doesn't make any sense. No. This conversation is now important to me. A cycle doesn't make any sense as a year. It's no, they're using the wrong language. A cycle is like the smallest unit of time. ID. Yeah, there's 128 roids. If it finds a dead roid, we can overwrite that. There is no dead roid. Can't overwrite it. So we need to write all this info. What are you talking about? Which samples? Hey Jojo, thanks for the follow. Oh, the samples for your tracker. Okay. Oh, that is tiny, isn't it? Yeah, I'm still trying to rack my brain because just as a quick detour, if we go over to this map here, kind of zoom in a bit, you see the entirety of sound RAM is half a meg, and if I wanted to make a say, a MIDI tracker, let's say I had one sample per instrument and just pitch shifted it up and down, I would still have to fit a good collection of instruments in a small portion of that, and then fit the rest of the PCM information into the rest of that memory. Yeah, that's insane. I mean, I guess they had to figure that out somehow. Okay, we know that the guy has to be alive at some point. Okay, so roids, roid ID, dot position 0 is going to be equal to crap, I keep forgetting this. It's 320 by 240, right? So I need, but the position isn't fixed. So let's try Joe Random again. Where's that? No, it's not there. It is here. Joe Random. So we're going to do Joe Random 320. Some random place on screen. Minus 320 divided by 2. And then shift that to the right 16 to make it to a fixed. And then vertically we have 240. Yeah, we're using uncompressed audio on the Saturn. I think Kona can tell you, because he knows better than me, whether or not there's an option to have compression or not on that thing. I assume there is some form of compression we can use, we just don't know how to use yet. But as far as I know, all of our options right now are on compressed audio. Okay, so velocity. Yeah, I assume so. We just need to... I mean, Ponent has that driver. So maybe he knows something. So you can do single channel monophonic wave, I guess. Or not wave. You can do single channel monophonic compressed audio for like a background track, I guess. And it probably wouldn't sound too great, but it would still be compressed and you'd be able to fit it. For velocity, what do I want? Let's do some random number 3 minus 2. So it's got to be either -1, 3, or 1, or -1, 0, or 1, and then similar for vertical direction. Oh, and then we get to do something similar for angular velocity. This one will be fun, because we get to make it much bigger. So do 9 minus 5. Angular velocity is a singular value. It is not an arrayed value. Shouldn't be. And the angle will initialize it as 0 and allow it to turn with angular velocity. Also, angular velocity should be an integer for now. I guess we can fix this later, but whatever. Size. Yeah, size can be Joe random 4 minus 1. And actually, while I'm here, let's rotate this whole thing to make it actually work the way I want it to. 180. There we go. That way the smallest size is the first one loaded. Replace. Yes, okay. We don't need to get the right position. There we go. Oh, we need to activate it. Okay, and then draw roids is going to be very similar to draw bullets. Turn it to roid. I'd appreciate it, because I'm honestly way too lazy to do that. But I probably should start, like, figuring that out. Wait, do you have access to my YouTube to do, like, management like that? Oh, okay. I forgot if it was Twitch or if it was YouTube that gave difficulties with that kind of thing. It's my... Shane's being my uncompensated, hardly thanked social media manager. But his work is at least appreciated. Okay, so position, shift 16. Yeah, but without two-factor authentication, I can't extract my, eventually my subscriber fees or whatever, because I'm gonna use that money for buying more art and stuff. Okay, drop roids. Yeah, that's something. Okay, we have SPID plus size. That should work as presented. This is built over here. Roid angle. Yep. Okay, we're gonna want roid physics to iterate the roid angle. And then true and false, and then okay, yeah, everything checks out. So there's his roids. Yep. Physics for roids. Applies rotation. That's all it does for now, and oops. Gotta get used to this new keyboard. So we gotta loop through all the roids again. And then iterate the angle plus equal roids angle velocity. Okay, and then we're gonna want to map create roids probably to the Z key or something. Okay. This right here. Am I missing anything, or am I good to go? Couple warnings. Oh, undeclared. It's probably because I didn't include the thing I need to include up here. I don't know how that disappeared though. Okay. Well, there's one, but the Z key doesn't seem to be doing anything. At least it can shoot. Okay, the bullets need to be faster, and the create roids needs to actually create the roid. Okay. So, create roids. Alright. It should find me a roid ID and generate all this interesting stuff. So the position is Joe Fix, and then the enemy or the drawing part should cast that down to an integer again. So that should work. Spaghetti, right size, screen position, yeah. Well, anyway, let's actually, where do you do that? 17. Let's make them 4 times as fast. But if I key it down, it should create the roid. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put in the draw roids command into the draw function. There's the physics. Draw roid. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing that anymore. That should have clued me off. And then for the physics, we need physroids. Over here in the physics, okay. Roid physics. There we go. A lot of warnings to look at. You're doing all of them? At least go in reverse chronological order, because nobody actually cares after a certain point. I feel like the random number generator is casting everything down to 0. I also feel like the speed on these bullets is insufficient. I'm gonna wrap the bullets to make it actually act like asteroids. I'm going to take that feature away eventually, but for now... wrap position. Oh, let me just copy the wrap code from over here. Alright. That feels right. Okay, so the bullet should screen wrap now. I'm gonna get real crazy with the speed though when I create them. Be like 20. Zip past their screen real quick. Okay. I should probably do a screen wrap for the roids too. Iterate angle. Screen wrap. Replace bulls with droids. Oh, there's also the Moveroids. There we go, now everything should act like the same thing. Physics should have move ship, screen wrap for the ship, angular wrap for the ship, and then basically the same thing for roids and bullets. So when I create the asteroid, I think what I did is shifted it right 16, which basically took an integer and turned it to 0. I should have shifted it left 16 to turn it to a fixed. Same with velocity. I think that's the background music. I think you're listening to the background music. There's like a really electronic snare into it. There we go. Okay, I'm actually kind of unnerved by how fast some of these go, so maybe I'll lower the... Really? Okay. I just turned off my desktop audio. Is that the issue, or is it my microphone? Yeah, I do. I have one that's still waiting to be clipped. Opponent, do you still hear the corruption noises? Huh. It might be an issue to do with whatchamacallits. My laptop trying to crunch this encoding number or something like that. My phone isn't even nearby. I don't even know where my phone is. I mean, I'll figure that out later, but... Oh crap, it is nearby. I put it next to the mic again. What the heck? I need to learn that lesson. Okay, my bad, guys. I did the thing again with the phone and the mic. Oh, okay, that's way too fast. Also, this bullet should be disappearing soon. Yeah. That bullet needs to disappear after 2 seconds. Well, I haven't put in collision yet. That's next. But right now, I want the bullet to fade away. I'm gonna make it one size slower, or 1 increment slower. But on the bullet physics, if the time in seconds minus the start time is greater than 2 shifted 16, maybe it's just 2. Oh, so many freaking warnings. Okay, hold me to this time, guys. I have to check. That's been more than 2 seconds. I need to start printing out what Joe time in seconds says. But I can still make freaking asteroids. So, once we add collision to this, it'll be a game, but this is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is happening. Okay, let's figure out what's wrong with the timer. Because I know Joe supposedly took the timer I made with some minor adjustments. Oh, okay, this is a little too edgy for stream. Mostly because it's got vocals in it. Okay, Joe time in seconds and... yeah, let's just look at Joe time in seconds and see what it actually says. It's supposedly a fixed. so... Yeah, I didn't even shift it this time. Okay, so let's go to my print statements over here. And just shift it. Okay, we'll do two versions of it. Time fixed. And we'll give it a whole bunch of digits. Let's give it 16 whole digits. 4. And then 5 shifted. What does time look like? Oh crap, I keep forgetting to check the warnings. Huh. It's not telling me anything. Maybe it's going off screen. Maybe I need to shift everything to the left by a bit. Well, you can stay at 12. The other guys, 0. Or 16 too aggressive. Neither of these are incrementing. What's up with that? So time fixed should be completely unaltered, whatever Joe time and seconds returns. So is it not getting written, or do I need to initialize a timer somewhere? Seriously? How does it keep track of time otherwise? Run only once per frame. So running this will write Joe time and seconds into Joe time and seconds. Alright. Alright, so I'll put that into my physics. Or maybe the master game loop. So that means, if I'm thinking of it correctly, for the bullet kill time, this needs to be shifted to the right by 16 to get it down into integers. Okay, next time I really will check those errors. Bullet. 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 2 seconds may be too generous. Okay, we have all the building blocks here. I'm going to get rid of those 2 pieces of code. I'm going to turn this into a 1. Let's print statements go away. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and comment out these guys because they're no longer serving me a purpose because everything's kind of working. Bullet collision. Let's go back to our asteroids and see what kind of size we're expecting here. So this is 4. I think the furthest extent in any direction from this so-called center of this asteroid is going to be about 4. For this one, I'll give it about 8. And I think I'm going to go Manhattan distance, just to make it super simple. So then 4 and 4. So this one's going to be... I'm going to do Manhattan distance of 8. So the Manhattan distance, I guess you could also call it the L1 norm if you're mathematically inclined, is just adding up the X and Y coordinates away from the center. So for this one, 4, 8, 12. So I'll do 8, 12, or 8. Oh, that's the thing. This one's also 4, 8, 12. 8. Okay, we'll do 8, 10, 12. But this one's freaking huge. 6, 7. 7 times 4. Actually, let me see from top to bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's already 12 times 4. So it's 48. For this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 4 is 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one feels the same though. They feel like they're the same freaking sized rock. But I have to treat them differently for mechanical purposes, otherwise the game is kind of stupid. So I'm going to do 48 and then 24 and then 12 and then 6. No, that's too 48, 24, and then we'll do for this one 20, and this is just, I'm gonna treat it like 2. So yeah, that's 8. Actually, what's halfway between 8 and 24? So 24 minus 8 divided by 2 plus 8, 16. Okay, so let's do it like this. Where's my notepad? Kill roids. Sizes are... So size 0 has a radius of... was it radius or diameter? There's a radius of 8. So 4. Radius 4. And I decide the other one is going to have a radius of 10. Followed by 12. Followed by 24. And square roots are stupid, and I don't like them, so I'm going to use Manhattan distance. So I have to loop through all the roids. Right? Yeah, that's what this function does. Did this auto-complete the brackets for me, or am I missing a bracket? No, I'm missing a bracket. There we go. Okay, if... Okay, the roid position... Roid position... Okay, Pona, real quick. Is the absolute value function still good here? Can we still use it? Or not that, not there. That's bulls. Shifted right 16 to make it an integer. Joe abs. Okay. Oops. Plus Joe. Okay, get size. Let me remind myself how to switch case and see. See switch case. There we go. Oof. Why does this look so ugly? Roids.size. And, yeah, the radius is good. Radius is equal to minus 1. Radius, road is alive, good size. Okay. Case of 3. Did I copy this right? Yeah, okay, good. Case 3. We set our radius to 24. In the case of 2, set our radius to 12. Case of 1, set our radius to 10, and the default is 4. Chains, your efforts are most appreciated, but don't feel like you have to do it because it seems like really menial, boring labor. Greater than. Oh no, if this distance is less than radius, then okay, int, oh, let's do an int new size. We can generate new ones. Jojo, you're gonna have to explain what you mean by that, because I actually don't follow. Detect collision. I can't freaking spell, man. Sure. With roids. Manhattan. Distance. Well, there has to be some way where that's not necessarily the case. Like if you're casting something down to a value, like let's say you did a switch case on like a Boolean or I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of it backwards. There has to be some situations where one value stored in a variable can map to more than one. Because what they're doing is if they're doing essentially like an if equals 3. or if equals 2, or if equals 1. I'm sure if like he did it that with a Boolean, a Boolean might be able to hit multiple cases. And I'm pretty sure there's a situation in which you can hit multiple cases at a time. I can't think of it immediately, but I mean, it has to exist, right? Less than or equal to the radius. Kill the roid. So, alright, alive equal false, and then spawn new roids if okay, so we have a new size, right? So new size is new size is equal to, no, not that part. Roids.size minus 1. Minus 1. And if new size greater than or equal to 0, then we just run make roids twice. Okay, and that should be a functional collision. So many things wrong. Okay, let's start with these warnings I keep promising to get back to. Implicit. No, I'm allowed to do that if inherited it, right? No, it's asking. It's telling me the same thing I did wrong last time. Right. Okay, let's skip to the first error. Roids undeclared. What? Oh, I have to, same thing here. Right. That's probably it. Okay, so let's say that if switch case, Rain Man just tossed his fist in the air, try to count how many pieces of body that he has. Okay, but I'm pretty sure if... Oh, okay, and see bulls in it. But if you do a comparison on a bull, 1 is equal to 2, right? Because they're both non-zero. Bullet.c 146. What? I definitely did switch case wrong somehow. I don't know how, but I did. But how? Okay, so if we do comparison on two bulls, and one you said, let's say bull A is equal to 1, bull B is equal to 2. If you do A equal to B in a comparison, it's still going to come up true. And if you abstract that out to a switch case statement, I imagine that whatever the case you put here, you say, okay, if it's 3, and the expression is a bool that was stored as 2, the case will still trigger. That's my thinking on it. Like, if I'm trying to follow, like, if the compiler really replaces the switch case with an if statement, that's how I imagine it would run. I mean, this isn't like JavaScript where the double equals doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's always the same behavior in C. Okay, I wrote the switch case correctly. There's brackets, there's colons, there's a space there, but I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to have that there. That expression is literally just a number. And I'm grabbing it from the Roid's external array there that I'm allowed to grab from. And bullet includes the Roid. And bullet.c includes bullet.h. So, again, tell me. Shadow declarations here. Shadows of previous declaration. What the crap are you talking about? 140. That's the first time I shows up. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. That's not good. needs to do find replace of I and all the colons here. No, I can't do that because bullets are there too. And the bullets are indexed on I, the roids are indexed on J. This was foolish of me. Okay, that's not the issue. The issue here... okay, that's gone. Stray, minus... Oh, I copied in escape characters. That's interesting. Here. Why would the website do that to me? If you're gonna post code on your website, don't hide freaking escape characters in your font or whatever. That's what I get for copying and pasting code, I guess. Okay, now it should work. Oh. Okay. Yeah, Jojo, I don't know enough about C to give like a solid answer of why it would or would not be static in. Bullet state define my... Oh, don't worry me about that right now. I don't care about that. Expected this before that. Okay, I need to keep track of my... There, I need another one of those. Implicit declaration of something. Oh, okay, I gotta get rid of that. I mean, isn't that what a C boolean is? A struct where double equal... Well, not always equals. Okay, well... Ah, boy. Undefined reference to Joe Abs. Pona, you led me astray. Oh, capital? Joe Abs. And I need some consistency in these capitalizations. It's warning me about variables. I don't want to be warned about variables I'm not using. Maybe they're there for a reason. Maybe get off my job, huh? Ah, there we go. Let's populate this place. Oh boy. Oh, it doesn't destroy the bullet. The bullet keeps going. Oh god, I was not prepared for this. It's functional, but the asteroids do not collide with the ship. And oh, you know what? This is never going to go away, because every time I kill an asteroid, I initialize the asteroid with a random size as opposed to size -1. I need to fix that. Okay, so the createRoid function needs to take in size. Okay, so it is equal to size. Yeah, I wasn't thinking when I did that, did I? Kill the roid. Shrink of the bullet. So, okay, so this is gonna be bulls I dot size minus. Okay. George, you're spending way too much effort on trying to, like, re-engineer a programming language just to justify a switch case doing a specific thing. I don't know that the switch case is... if anything, even if it's not distinguishable from an if-then statement, it's nice to be able to have this structure, because I think it's easier to read in some situations, especially when it's really repetitive, and it's easier to code. Okay, true. It's good to know, you know, the deep lore of how things work. Alright. And I need to randomize it on the generate function. Okay, let's kill bullet if too small. If size less than 0. Bulls dot alive is equal to false. There we go. That's more approaching what a real game would do. And then create roid. Same here. Random size. Okay, there's an asteroid. Let's kill it. There we go, got it. Kill it. Aha! That's exactly what I wanted it to do. Now there's 2 roids. Okay, now let's just populate the whole freaking screen with droids. The rotation speed needs to be faster, so you can react. And, I like the speed of the bullets. I like the speed of the roids. So, if you see how the bullets operate, the bullets should be shrinking in size when they hit a roid. There, so a bullet of size 1 was destroyed by a roid when it impacted. I just did something. There, 4 turned to 3. Ah, okay. The triangular. What are you talking about, Shane? Don't. Okay, so the asteroids. Okay, there we go. You see that 3 turned to 2 and then turned to 1, so it's acting as it should. The triangular ones. Okay, which ones are the triangular ones? Like, okay, like the really small ones. Here's the thing: they're all centered, more or less. So they should be rotating around more or less their center. Well, they're all slightly different sprites, in terms of, like, there's 4 different versions of the asteroid. You know what? When I spawn the asteroids, they should be on top of where they used to be. But I think the rotate. Okay, I see that on the one that's right next to my ship, the rotation is a little bit wonky. So I guess I could shift that one around a little bit. Yeah, I can slow down. Okay, so bullet time. Let's fix that first, since that's easy. Kill for within 50 seconds. Okay, so it's 1 second. If I reduce it by 1 order, it's half a second. So let's see, we should do that by 2 orders. So this should be 1/4 second. But as far as the centroid of that asteroid, here, let's change my image grid, my grid size to 32. Totally forgot how you do that though. Guides, configure grid, there we go. My grid's now 32. Okay, I can see how this can be slightly improved. Come on. Okay, so if it rotated around this point, I feel like it'd be more centered. Oh, crap, really? I forgot to unprivate that? Hey, go ahead and unprivate it. It should be fine. I think I already... The only reason it's private is because I was waiting for the trim to happen and then I totally forgot about it. I think it depends on where you store it. All that matters is, No, there's no webcam on this one. Yeah. So it's entirely on what you store. It's going to manipulate it the same way no matter what. Like signed and unsigned, I think the computer can't tell a difference. Okay. This one I probably shifted up by 1. There, because yeah, I get it. They're all probably this one. It's gonna be hard to tell, but shift it up a little bit. But it's not like Python where you just cast a new variable type. So whatever you store it in, that determines what it is. Oh yeah, we're not allowed to use floats because the Saturn doesn't have a floating point unit. So all our floats are software, so we avoid them because they're slow. So instead, we use fixed, and they get manipulated the same as integers. So all of our numbers are basically integers, in one way or another. Let's go ahead and export this. Oh crap, I shouldn't have done that. Those bullets, I might have been able to use that. Okay, you. And run. Okay, fine, I'll get rid of those freaking... Well, Jojo, this is C. If you divide an int by an int, you're gonna get an int. There is only the integer part. There is no intermediate part where there's a non-integer part. That's just what it is. Okay, yeah, but the division happens the same way. There, okay, screen wraps basically once. Yeah, the machine treats them the same. And it's just how you interpret the result that matters. So like the only difference between signed and unsigned integers is that the leftmost bit, or the most significant bit I guess, is going to be determining your sign as opposed to just giving you extra room to maneuver. So if you cast it, an unsigned bit as a signed bit, you can accidentally get a negative number, but as far as how the division happens to the machine, exact same. I need to make the collision on these the small ones a little bit bigger, probably. I keep missing them. I also need to make the collision based off of the bullet size. I need to give myself a little bit of a bigger radius with a bigger bullet. So let's do radius plus bullets.size. And let me let's see, call that 6. There we go. So I give myself 1 extra pixel of radius for every bullet unit. Oh my goodness. What did I break? Oh, this part. Oh, let's finally get rid of those freaking warnings. Okay, this is true. This is this stuff. No longer real. Oh, Dojin, you took a break? And yeah, so I got like a basic Manhattan collision detection where it's just distance function. And it works well enough for asteroids. Okay, let's make a few roids. Start shooting things. Okay, but you guys are more comfortable with these rotations, right? I think I need to increase the radius on the big one. And maybe, size. Okay, everyone's radius needs to be bigger. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, where was it? Radius on this guy. It's gonna be 2 times... actually, make it 3 times. Because it's basically 3 pixels wide. So, plus 1 for the fundamental one. Or not, okay, I'm using science terminology. The smallest one. The basic one. Radius for the big guy. I'm gonna bump it up to 26. What did I break now? How do I keep breaking things? There we go. No warnings. Compiles clean. Oh crap, it's already 12:30. Yeah, this stream has been going on for like 4.5 hours now. I think we've accomplished like everything I promised, right? There's collision with bullets. Oh, there's one last thing. I have to make sure that the droids can kill me. I should also make the droid position... Yeah, the collision feels right for these bullets now. Feels good. Feels accurate. I mean, it works, doesn't it? Just look what I'm doing. Does this feel wrong to you? Do those collisions feel like too generous or too strict? It works, doesn't it? I mean, what matters is how the player feels about it. If the player feels that it's fair, then it's fair. And I like the effect it has here. Maybe the smallest ones are a little bit too generous. I can rex that back down, maybe get down to 5 or something. But this all works. The only thing that's missing is for the roids to kill the player. So I can put that into this thing. So there's physics roids. No, it should be the player checking for the roids, not the other way around. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't feel bad playing the game. I mean, obviously I'm not really playing a game yet, but it feels fine to me. It feels like asteroids. It's a little slow, though. I'll put that into the input function. Ship speed. No, the ship rotation. Let's double it. We'll slowly work our way up there. So, droid collision. And we'll just do another basic droid for loop. And then we'll do the same radius check, except for the player. I think the radius What do you mean you dub Sonic music? Oh, bruh. You dub it, as in you give it the title of bruh music. I could make it function. I'm too lazy to do that right now. I'm just trying to get this done. I just wanna have a basic game, like, ready to play, and we're, like, almost there. So, red position minus, ship position, right? Is that how we're tracking this? No, not there. There. So, radius. Oh, crap, we forgot to define the radius. Oh, it was under here, right? Wait a minute, where did I define these guys? Maybe the radius should be an inherent property of the roid. Yeah, let's do that. I like that. So then we'll put this switch case in the roid creation. That way we can just grab it if we need it. Okay. So we need the roids.size. No, it's not size, it's not radius. And what's the radius of the player ship? Let's give it a fair number. Oh, how does it appear on the screen? What do I divide it by? It's my scale. There's my input. Don't need that right now. Ship position. Scale 1/4. 1/4 of. Let's see how big is this thing actually. So, how big is this selection? I didn't catch that. How big is the selection? Oh, it's 90 by 90? So 45. So, 90 divided by, okay, 1/4, 2, 11. So ship radius is 11. So let me input that. So static int ship radius equal 11. That's going to be our there we go. And if this happens, game over. True. Okay, so we're gonna need a game over boolean, and it's going to be false. So in the drawer, it's going to be draw ship only if not game over. Game over. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for coming in, JoJo. I'm about to close up shop anyway. I'm just gonna add this game over function so it's an actual game, and maybe fix one or two features, and then I think I'm gonna be done too, and I'll go to bed. So Shane and I recently played Daytona on the Dreamcast, so I think he got that stuck in his head. Well, you're not wrong. If game over, do one thing, else do literally everything else. Start button. Yeah, right now I'm kind of working part-time, you know, because I was asked to, so I kind of define my own hours, so I can sleep in pretty much every day and still get work done, so I can't complain. People falls. It's gonna be reset game over flag, and we should have a reset asteroids. Reset roids. Reset roids. And that's going to come from here. Void. And I think for now all we have to do is just reset roids, turns off all, or kills all asteroids, kills all roids. So we just have to take this, turn, not alive, equal false. Let's see how that handles. J undeclared. In main 191. Oh yeah, because I used. Well, let's just fix that right here. J. Now I'm wondering if I copy this correctly up here. J. Okay, that makes sense. Roid.c57. Oh, I gotta replace all those J's with Roid ID. Or just that one. Undeclared radius. Android 60. Reset roids dot void. Wait, what was the issue there? It gets called. No, show me more. Return type, reset roids. Oh, I forgot to void that. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. We're almost done, guys. This is almost a game. I just have to make an initialization function, I think, if this works. Okay, I think it's stuck on game over. So, if game over, that. If else, that. What about the draw command? If not game over, draw the ship. Game over equals false. What is your issue? Game loop has not been perturbed. What did I break? So for some reason the ship is not even being drawn, which implies not game over is false, or game over is true. But game over would only be true. Here, where are you? Game over is only ever set to true during this collision. Okay, that makes sense. It was colliding with non-existent asteroids. Okay, let's try to collide here. Dang it, just hit the freaking roid. Did I hit it or not? Maybe my collision is a little too generous. Hit one of them. Oh, I think I did. Ah! Somebody hit me. Ha ha ha! Wiped me out. Okay. I should have a sign out there that says, you know, game over or something. I don't know. Actually, I can do that right up here. If game over, else over. Oh, it's the same number of characters. What do you know? Okay, quick chat. Tell me, what's a fair number of asteroids to start the game out with? Okay. I suppose there's a score counter off to the side somewhere. Yeah, they already do that, but they don't do that next to each other. So you see, that one turned into two, but those two didn't exactly spawn on top of where they were. I could shift that over to the right a couple. Huh. There we go. Okay, so let's take Ponut's ID of 3. So we'll do we should okay, one last new file. We're gonna make a score handler or player handler. And all it's gonna do for now is just keep score. Layer. Okay. So we're gonna have extern round, or extern int round, extern int score, and that's it. And then we'll just save the copy as player.c. Open that up. Sort by type, not by date. What are we doing? Oh, did I forget to pause? Oh, I did. Player.h. We got our round. It's going to be equal to 1. Score is going to be equal to 0. And then we're going to take that and do a there's a reset roids, and then there's going to be a set roids. Input is going to be num. We're just going to call create roids or int less than number. And we're going to set them to size 3. So we're going to start with the big ones. We're also going to want count roids. And actually, this one is going to actually return something for once. Yeah, we're going to avoid some of those. Rather not draw that kind of attention. So, count roids just returns remaining alive roids. Int 0, 128. If plus, there we go. It's simple. Looks too much like potatoes. Okay, count roids. So part of the game physics is detect round over if not game over, and count roids is equal to 0. Round plus plus, and round is going to be inherited from player. Increment round and set up new. New roids and generate. Just a race to see who finishes first. You know, documenting all my videos or me setting up a finished game. Set roids. Set roids is going to be equal to 2 plus round. Means we start with round equals 0. And when the player press start after game over, we get reset roids, round equals 0. What's the argument for free road? Oh yeah, no, that was right. That was right. So what was I doing? Yeah, we're not doing that anymore. So that's 14. That's 14. In the physics, we were detecting the game over state for some reason, right? No, we're detecting if we don't have any roids left, we increment the round, we get some roids. Okay, that sounds right. Yeah, I prefer not to do that. It's not good for tutorial. This game is going to end up as a tutorial on my website. So presumably you guys will be able to use the same assets I borrowed from the internet and generate a full-size game. Maybe add some sound effects to it if I get that part down. Yeah, for the hemorrhoids. I get it. I definitely feel like I'm missing something. So, if not game over and there's 0 roids, it'll generate your roids. If it is game over, you press start, it'll reset. Oh yeah, it'll do that for you. Because it'll immediately hit over the physics. And we're also going to want score. So it's round. round. And then score... Oh, score needs to be incremented every time a roid is destroyed. So, under bullets, I believe, is the detection for that. Bullet, add score. Score plus plus. Which means bullet now needs to inherit player. Include player.h. So now we got 40 characters on screen, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 7 plus 6 is 13. So 7. So start this off on 26. Ha! Definitely broke something. Storage class specified for what? How is that not allowed? Someone explain to me how I screwed this up. And set roids. Set roids is over here. Well, that doesn't make any sense. In player.h, function set roid. There is no set roids function in player.h. What is this guy talking about? Function set roids. Storage class specified for perimeter ground. I don't get how that's an issue. I did it right, didn't I? Yeah, I did something similar over here. Extern int SPID, alright? And then int SPID. So when I did extern int round, I should be able to just do int round and then set it equal to something. Storage class bullet. Is the make... Oh, the make file might... No, the make file's got it. It's got player.c. And these guys are including player.h here, and here, and potentially here. Wait, does it need it? All these guys are the offending variables, round and score. It's not a stat. Ugh. But I did that before, didn't I? I did the same thing in Sprite Loader. I set them as ints after I set them as extern ints. In fact, I did the same thing with palettes loaded. Oh, also, Sunshine Hunter, you're a new name, so welcome to the stream. It's kind of late in the game. I'm trying to close up after I figure out this one last issue. It's there, though. Player.c includes player.h. It's also included in main. Round should be what? Yeah, it should be. That's what I did. And then this happens. No. I got rid of that, but I put it back. See, it's complaining about the fact that I put extra int round in here. And now it's also complaining about bullet. I didn't forget a semicolon, did I? Did that explain anything? I don't think it does. This is a new error for me. Okay, let's see where it starts. Where does it start complaining? It seems to start complaining somewhere around player.h. Okay, no, before that. From bullet.h or main.c. So main.c includes, in 37, includes bullet.h. And bullet.h 15 includes player. Player.h. Wow, it starts right at the beginning. It just starts complaining right away. I guess I can make this top one. It shouldn't matter though. The whole point of sanitizing these headers is to have mutual includes. Okay, now we get to start somewhere else. And H storage class specified for parameter bullet. Line 32. I'm literally defining a struct and saying storage class specified. I keep seeing that error over again. I don't even know what that means. Semicolon the header file someplace. Make sure it's not very helpful, but okay. Roid, player, sprite loader, okay. Make file. Main. What did I change in order to cause this to happen? I mean, if you trace the error, it literally just starts here. Top of bullet, bullet.h or bullet.c. That shouldn't matter. Oh, no, that's overwriting that. You're right. That was a silly misstep. Let me go ahead and fix that. Here, like, yeah, okay, that was a silly thing for me to forget. Because I'm trying to overwrite the struct I made. Storage class specified for bullet. No, I just fixed that. I define this whole bullet header thing. Yeah, maybe that was... Because the whole point, I think that the underscore should have taken care of that they're unique. See, it wasn't that. Storage class specified. No, bullet.h in function setroids. Something broke in setroids. Let's go check setroids. Setroids calls int number. This. That was the error. That was so stupid. Oh. How was it even letting me compile if that was the error? I don't understand how I got as far as getting to that error without it just yelling at me. Game over. Okay, this game might be a little bit more difficult than I imagined. Oh. I'm gonna implement an air brake. Ah! Oh, the game over reset should reset my score too. Okay. So normally it has a ship angle reset and a velocity reset. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the angle reset and have the air brake on B. And front and back still make it faster or slower. And then for the create the roids, I'm going to make it percent roids. I'm going to start with 1. Score equals 0. Wait a minute. I was doing reset roids, but I wasn't doing... Oh, no, set roids is over... Here. I'm going to start with 1 roid. And when I set roids, I want to make sure I'm a sufficient distance away from the player. So first off, does roids inherit player? No? Let's fix that. And let's move all that ship information into player. Which means we can also set that to an extern. There. Control H. Static with plus is now nothing. And then here I'm going to set them to externals. Static space is now extern space. Oh, since the values are set here, I can wipe that out. And then from here, the roids, when I set the roids, I'm going to make it when I create a roid, I'm going to have a position as well. There we go. Set roids is now position. It's a pointer. No. Create roid. There we go. No, it's not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be up here when I create the roid. position should just be position 0, position 1, and when I initialize them, so here's gonna be a fun thing. I'm going to generate a random number when the roid gets destroyed. So here, spawn new roids. So I need to generate a new position. So it could be Joe fixed position. Yeah, position 1. Size, new position. Also, a new angle. Or a new relative angle. I'll show you how I do that in a second. So when I create the roid, wait, where am I? Now it's roid physics. And where do I want to be? I want to be in create roid. Create roid. It's going to have to generate a new position and do that. That means when I set the roids, I'm going to have to do relative angle, and the same thing as the other one, where I have a new position. So the first thing I do, I take the relative angle, and I make Joe random on 360 -1. Okay, and that means position 0 is going to be equal to, steal from here, because we're always splitting up into 2 different asteroids, right? There we go. Whoa, okay. So here's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna take, okay, a radius. A radius of what? Oh, you don't even need to do fixed multiplication. I can just do integer multiplication. So, no, I'll just keep the negative for connotation's sake. So, let's say we want a large diameter. So, 240 divided by 2. Let's make it 80. Diameter 80. Times 80 plus a random number from 0 to say 40. Times that plus the ship's position, which is inherited from player, right? Oh, okay, there we go. 0. Okay, so now we're generating the ship somewhere in a random position in this kind of random radius between 80 and 120 around the player. Assuming I'm doing my inheritance. Okay, there we go. So it's including. So when I set roids, I guess the first time, just one droid's going to generate somewhere in that fuzzy radius between 80 and 120. And, oh, there should be sign. And everything else is going to be randomized, I guess, for now. And thus, when the bullet... Here, we'll do something similar here. Let me just copy a lot of this code. When the bullet destroys the asteroid, the relative angle of the two asteroids around could be equal to that. And then instead of having this randomized radius that's going to spawn in, it's going to spawn exactly in the asteroid's radius. So radius. Let's go with the times. Okay. Angle is the new relative angle. And then it's going to be droid position. Okay, there we go. So I'm not sure if you follow what's going on here, but essentially, when I destroy an asteroid, I'm going to randomly put it on some angle at a radius distance away, its original radius distance away, from where it's destroyed. So the asteroid's now dead. We're going to grab its radius, and on its radius, we're going to put two new asteroids. Okay, so relative angle's gone, that's gone. The two new asteroids are going to be on opposing angles. Zero, this could be 1. This will be sine. This will be a new position. Sine. This is child droid 1. And child droid 2 use the same angle and appear on the opposite end by adding 90 to it. 90 degrees. Let's see how that works out. So the first thing that's going to happen is that one asteroid is going to appear. Right there. It was 80 away from me. Oh! Why are there 3? There's 2. How did there become 3 though? Oh, you know what? I think my one bullet drilled through and created a few more. And so, instead of, I thought I was looking at size 3, but I was actually looking at 3 of the size 2s or something like that. So that should be size 3, right? No, that's a size 1. No, the air brake works. we made it to round 2. Oh, crap. And I died. Well, that's it. The game's functional. It resets itself. It keeps your score. The only thing's missing is, like, sound effects, but you know what? I'm not gonna bother doing that at freaking 1:30 in the morning. I think we're done with Asteroids, and now I'm ready to make my own game. I could probably stand to make those bullets a little less, Thanks, Bonnet. Okay, so I think the next thing for me, with regards to making this game, is I'm gonna add some royalty-free background music, some royalty-free sound. I will write up the entire tutorial series that's going to go on my website, and you guys will be able to, from start to finish, be able to make a complete 2D game. The laser randomly chooses a number of shots, because I wanted to use all those sprites. In reality, I think I should randomly hide a power-up in one of the asteroids, and when you collide with it, you should be able to increase the number of shots your laser has. So there's still a little bit of work on this game to get it, you know, to where it needs to be. But for right now, it's good. It works. I mean, I delivered everything I promised in the title. So it's late for me. I'm gonna head to bed. I'm gonna thank everyone for showing up today, even the ones who came in and raided. And I guess most of you guys left because it's it's been a while. It's already like what, 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours. Oh yeah, Shane. Okay. So, just let me sign off real quick. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope you enjoyed Asteroids. I will be continuing Asteroids as both a tutorial and expanding this miniature game engine here into a full-size, proper game with, a bunch of different features. I'm going to call it Void Skipper. That's what the video title is going to be, and it's going to have a lot more features than just shooting asteroids. You're going to be mostly shooting other ships. But for now, good night everyone.